July until August 2012, and also served as the Health and Human Services ex officio designate to the state of the commission from the January 2019 to May of 2022. So welcome and welcome back. Thank you to the first five. We're thrilled. I'll call the meeting now to order. And we will have our Commissioner Vice Chair Hazen, who will be joining remotely. And when we pull her on to the meeting, we have a quorum. Yeah. We'll do the roll call with Commissioner Hazen last. So Lisa, if you could please call the roll.
Katie Albright,
Here.
Amy Bernardino Fabi,
Here.
Elsa Jimenez,
Present.
Vivian Paz,
Here.
Chris Perry.
Here. Thank you so much. And we'll note when Commissioner Hazen joins. I am honored to welcome Carl Hethel.
Carrie.
Carrie. I should put my glasses.
That's okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
Carrie Happy, you are the head of women of the Echelon
This one.
tribe of Monterey to lead us in the land acknowledgement. Thank you so much, Carrie, for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna sit down when I read, but I do want to stand first. And before I read what I have prepared for you, I want to speak a little bit about the way that I incorporate land acknowledgement to what I've written. So, it's not a standard land acknowledgement of which organizations, nonprofit, government agencies just have a blanket acknowledgement. For me, when I'm especially talking at schools or children's or educating into the community, a real land acknowledgement is that for us, it's we are part of the land. The land is a living relative. And so when I approach all of you, it's an acknowledgement that we're all right now in this moment, we are all in together. And so the first acknowledgement is acknowledging that you're here, that you invited me to be here. And then my acknowledgement back to you of all the work that you're doing. Before I read, I was sitting feeling the inspiration of me being here and the impact from the ancestors. And so acknowledging the ancestors, because you'll tell from my story, the impact for me to be here called at this particular time of my life of all the work that I have done. And then my own story of my impact upon being born to, my father, California Indian, who was a squatter, who was, struggled through the genocide, the intergenerational trauma. And so he, all the resources that are available now were not available, were not in place in the 50s. And so I was a product of the lack of resources and, born into a condition of trauma, which was two addicted parents. And so I was born at Salinas Valley Medical into the trauma unit, of which for the first 4 years of my life, there was severe trauma. I didn't talk until I was 4. I still suffer from developmental issues. And so, to be here, as you can see, is a full acknowledgement of the work that I've done. And as a community leader, like the support that I have from my ancestors is my acknowledgement of my full being, of being with you and you completely seeing me and me completely seeing the work that you're doing. This kind of collaboration is so important to me for a number of reasons. Acknowledgement for a child that is now, a 72-year-old woman has been a long path, but that part of me is still, very much in the impact of California's history on so many levels. So collaboration, fostering that collaboration, addressing commissions. I've worked with California Youth Law, Justice California Systems, California Welfare System. I'm a survivor of human trafficking. Every angle that touches a child, these intersections are so important to me to bring about the awareness of the impact. And it's not something that just disappears and goes away. And so generations of that are impacted without families even understanding how that intergenerational trauma has driven the family for so long. So I really like, to bring myself fully into the room, to completely acknowledge myself, acknowledging that I was not born as Carrie Ripple. I was born as Judy Ann Garcia, and I was placed into the foster care system, and where my journey was severe and had all kinds of barriers and challenges. But I can honestly say that those barriers and those challenges have become my medicine in my community and with children and mentoring survivors of human trafficking. So with that, Commission, I want to read what I had wrote for you in a balanced way. For me as a survivor, developmental issues, it helps for me to settle and to write, to not stand here and just rattle on, but I want to be fully embodied with my message to you. So I want you to know that I took time to embody that. It's part of my acknowledgement, is to give you as much as I can in a short period of time. So I hope that you have gathered what I'm about as much as you can in this short period of time, that we all acknowledge together, that here we are in Monterey County. And I'm hoping these words to inspire all of us in fostering collaboration in the state of California. Commission. Good morning. Before we begin, I invite us to take a breath together, a breath that grounds us in this moment, in this land, and the work of caring for children and families. We gather today on the ancestral homeland of the Yeslan tribe of Monterey County, a land where my ancestors lived, prayed, raised children, and held ceremonies long before this county existed. This land carries their memories, and it also carries the wounds of what was taken. I stand here, or sit rather, today, not only as an Yeslan elder, but as someone shaped by the impact of historical and intergenerational trauma, the kind of trauma that enters our lives before we even know the language to name it. It is something that I have lived through, survived, and continue to transform. My own childhood was touched by the echoes of colonization, by systems that did not hold my parents, that did not protect me, and by the realities of violence, neglect, and survival that so many of our Indigenous families face. I know what it means to grow up without safety. I know what it means for a child's earliest years to be shaped by forces outside their control. And yet, I also know the power of healing. I know what it means to return to the land, to return to the river, to return to the ancestors who remind me, you were not meant to be broken. You were meant to be carried. This is why I stand in alignment with the mission of the first 5, your work, the commitment to nurturing children in their earliest years, to building systems of care, safety, and belonging, speaks directly to the healing that my own family and community have needed for generations. In our Esalen teachings, the first years of child's life are sacred. This is where trust begins. This is where identity begins. This is where the future begins. Your guiding principles, integrity, honesty, mutual respect, inclusiveness, collaboration, innovation are deeply aligned with what the ancestors asked of us as caretakers of this land and its children. Together, we are working to break cycles that began long before us and to create new pathways for those who come next. As we move through today, may we remember that caring for children is also caring for the land, and caring for the land is caring for future generations. May our work be guided by truth, by compassion, and by the shared commitment that no child's first 5 years should be shaped by trauma, but by safety, connection, and love. Now I do my prayer. Mapira ana ius mak mi siushin, ma proteki shururu, Mapira ana ius mak mi siushin, ma proteki shururu. Commission, thank you for acknowledging the First People and having me come. I'd like to just take a moment in closing to ask you if you have any questions. I'm going to be on my way. I'm over to meet with the Attorney General today. I wanted to bring that with you. There's a whole group over there on murdered and missing and the intersections of human trafficking and the impact that it has on the children. So I will be speaking about those. So I'm on my way over there, but wanted to make you aware that all your good work is being seen and felt by our county. And we really appreciate the state of California and the commission being here. Thank you.
Terry, on
Yes.
behalf of the commission, thank you so much for sharing your story, for sharing your incredible gifts for the world, and to protect children and families. We are deeply grateful for your work and for acknowledging the land on which we are today. And we appreciate the spirit of healing in which you brought us here. So thank you very much for starting our meeting. We're grateful to you. And we are grounded in the work of children and families. And so we look forward to moving in that spirit today. I am so honored and thrilled to open up this meeting in this place of healing. Thank you very much, Commissioner Jimenez, for bringing us here today. We had an incredible tour before the meeting of this integrated center of healing and health and well-being, where we were able to tour the behavioral health components of the work that Monterey County is providing to its community, a really amazing didactic and multimodality space. All that speak to say you are meeting families where they're at, and providing the type of services that they have, in addition to providing the physical health and well-being, because you are connected to health clinic. And I know this is part of a larger Monterey County effort, but it is a shining star to the state of California. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank
be
you for
here.
coming to Monterey County and hosting one of our quarterly commission meetings here.
And equally thrilled that we started our evening yesterday, thanks to the First Five Commission of Monterey County and Francine Rod for opening your amazing community at Rancho Cielo to share an incredible data walk of all the different components that are happening. Really open up our minds and hearts to the work that's happening in your community, from 0 to 5 all the way up to older kids. It was really, I was sharing with you last night, Francine, it felt like it was nourishing our mind, heart, and hands, as well as our bodies with incredible food from the culinary experts. It was just a really beautiful evening. So thank you very, very much. I know many of us very much enjoyed taking the centerpieces and being able to ensure that young kids in Monterey County are sharing their work of art throughout all of California. So thank you very, very much for that. A couple words that came up over the last, 48 hours were that Monterey County is building opportunities to change lives, allowing young people and families to climb ladders. It is indeed full of hope, aspiration, and a divine gem in our state and in our world, and we particularly need it now. So thank you so very, very much. I am also thrilled to welcome, as I said before, Commissioner Perry back to our commission. A lot of deep knowledge in the early childhood space, and we are thrilled to be able to work with you in terms of driving change for kids and families. So thank you so much. I'll get back to our agenda and read some legal stuff because that's what I am. But members of the public will be given the opportunity throughout the agenda to make comments on each item prior to any commission action. If public comment is not specifically requested, members of the public should feel free to request an opportunity to comment. The total time allocated for public comment may be limited. Comments may be limited to 3 minutes per person. However, I may decide, depending on the length of public comment and those that are interested in speaking, to shorten or lengthen the comment period at my discretion. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their time to other members to make for public comment. I also ask that before each item is presented, that we ask the public to use the public comment sign-in sheet. Do we have that? Okay, right up here at the desk, folks can just come up here and speak. Or if you're on Zoom, to raise the hand function. We'll take public comment in the following order: people that are here in Salinas, and then on the virtual queue. This will allow us to effectively facilitate the whole public comment process. We'll now ask my fellow commissioners if they have any conflicts of interest. It's helpful to have that information ahead of time so that we are able to ensure who may be not participating in a particular item in compliance with the law. Does any commissioner have a conflict of interest on an item? Thank you so much. Okay, I will now turn it over to our esteemed director, Jackie Wong, for her executive director report. Thank you, Director Wong.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Vice Chair Hayes has done this particularly. So, hi, Vice Chair Hayes. I will wait for Simon to pull up the deck.
And we'll note Vice Chair Hazen's attendance on the roll call. Thank you.
But before we begin, I just want to say a few more words to celebrate or introduce our newest commissioner, Commissioner Chris Perry. As many of you know, she's the Executive Director of Children and Screens, Institute of Digital Media and Child Development. And prior to joining Children and Screens, Commissioner Perry served as the Senior Advisor to Governor Gavin Newsom of California, and as the Deputy Secretary for Health and Human Services, where she was our ex officio for a bit. And she spearheaded the development of the state's master plan for early learning and care and the expansion of access to high quality early childhood programs. We've known her to be a longtime champion for children. She's held former roles as the Executive Director of First Five San Mateo and the First 5 Years Fund, driving transformative systems change throughout locally here in California and throughout the nation. As a nationally recognized leader, Commissioner Perry also played such an instrumental role in restoring marriage equality to California following the landmark decision of 2013. The U.S. Supreme Court decision. I don't know.
And then we just kept this from.
Yeah. Hollingsworth, Hollingsworth v. Perry, a journey that she recounts in her book, Love on Trial. And that's it. Thank you, Chris, for all your leadership in so many communities. And Sam prepared a 2-minute highlight reel of a conversation that Chris and I had a little while ago. Chris, Commissioner Perry looks fabulous. So, yeah, so we can play it.
Yeah.
Great.
To actually welcome back our newest commissioner, Commissioner Chris Perry.
I grew up in Kern County, which
Oh,
most
I
people
actually
don't
didn't know
know.
that.
And yeah, it's the
Okay.
southern end of the Central Valley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, after spending 7 years at First Five California as the executive director, I went to run the First 5 Years Fund, which is based in DC, and it's a national nonprofit pooled philanthropic fund that focuses heavily on increasing investments in early care and education. At Children's Screens, we have all free open access resources for families with children birth to 5. They can pull off guides or one pagers, or they can listen to podcasts or watch webinars and listen directly to experts who have studied these impacts that I touched on here. If they want to learn more, they can go and pull up all kinds of information at childrenscreens.org. Think about how you could use technology altruistically for good to try to reach more people in California that might not realize how important the work you're doing is through the use of social media for good. Because, you know, there may be a way to cross over some of these information channels that are feeding them, in my opinion, information that's not always that useful or accurate, with something that might resonate, that would feel to them like, oh, I want to know more about that. Oh, I think that's important. I will actually stop and read or watch a short form video or do something that's connected to an issue bigger than myself. Remember that you're representing those who cannot represent themselves. They don't get to vote. They don't have a voice. They don't get to come to commission meetings. They can't testify. They can't do a video. They can't be interviewed by you, although that would be interesting. Kids suffer more than adults when they aren't fed, when they can't go to school, when they can't get a vaccine, when they can't go to the doctor. They're at such a sensitive, vulnerable period of development that to deny them, deprive them of these basic services is, in a sense, lowering their trajectory for optimal development in a way that may not be reversible.
Thank you, Simon. And just so thank you, staff, for putting together. It's the first time we've interviewed folks, and just fair warning to the commission, we will be sitting and interviewing, so we're inviting other commissioners to do interviews. I thought it was fun. I thought it was fun to know a little bit more, and so we'll have the long form video posted and shared with you all, and hopefully I will get on your calendar. I will travel to you, so we'll De La Cruz like videos and equipment, we'll travel as well. So looking forward to that. So I am pleased to talk a little bit about the executive director report. It'll include just an overview of the what's happening in the office, administrative division, the external affairs updates, and program innovation. So next slide. So one of the biggest things is that we moved offices, y'all. So we moved from the second floor to the first floor. And this is our last picture in the, Chris, I know this is the last picture in the office that you once were there. And so, given that we, our footprint, we're, primary virtual, we moved downstairs into a really lovely space that's been extremely collaborative. A couple of updates from our strat plan, as you know, that we adopted in April, and there's a much more lengthy description in the attachment about our progress there. And so we are hoping to build a dashboard. Vice Chair Hazen, we are thinking about bringing back the yellow, green, red dashboard that you've been talking about to actually indicate our progress towards our strategic goals, aligned with some indicators that we're working through with some staff. That said, a couple of other important updates in terms of, next slide, please, is the external and government affairs update. We have had major legislative achievements. First Five California has had strong advocacy and agenda aligned with the North Star Foundation's goal. 8 of the First Five California supported bills signed into law by Governor Newsom are AB 55, birth center regulations, AB 495, family preparedness, AB 607, extends CalWorks home visiting. AB 1261, legal counsel for immigrant children, so that they are, if somebody identified can have legal counsel during hearing. And SB 98, SB 669, SB 778, SB 792, support for children, child health, childcare access and economic stability. There'll be more of an in-depth overview a little bit later today. Our, in terms of communications update, our wave 3 of Stronger Starts campaign will launch early next year. And we're planning another statewide day of action as well. The roadshow has now toured 30 counties throughout California. Our goal is to reach all 58. So I don't think we hit that last year, but our goal is to be at least once in all 58. And so, Strong Starts, we are launching a podcast, launching soon with 5 episodes on early childhood topics. And also, really want to kind of, highlight that we have been part of the kind of the policy level of Choose Children campaign, and we finalized our early childhood primer to assist in the framing the key issues and policy recommendations for the campaign. I know Executive Director Alba McDessian will kind of share a little bit more later in his update about the progress of that and what that looks like. Now, next slide, please. Lots going on in the program and program innovation and evaluation updates. We have, we're moving forward with our progress around the UCLA CHIS data, which indicates, which informs key indicators, including ACEs, poverty and child development. Our research team is actually meeting with UCLA today in terms of kind of the questions that will be included in the CHIS survey. Thank you counties for submitting all of your annual reports and data. They are all here in the middle of drafting our annual report that is due 30th, 2026. So very, very busy time for all of us. There will be a update a little bit later about the Strong Start Index, advancing statewide parent survey and county mapping, impact legacy, 25-26 grants have been executed. Many of you will see that in the ratifications, as well as SPCFA. We have a lot going on in advancing our multilingual learner specialists, our multilingual learner efforts, from 7-year investment in dual language learners, integrating system changes both in Department of Ed and Department of Social Services, really implementing transformative policies that have been adopted by the state several years ago. Thank you to counties who participated in SPCFA 3 work groups. I think we just received feedback on what we can be changing or improving just yesterday in the 2028 funding cycles. And the kit for new parents, thank you for your patience in terms of the shipping delays. I'm told that most of the ship is in progress. I believe staff have sent a memo on the progress of that, and home visiting, our long-term investment in home visiting has sunset, and there'll be a brief update later from the program folks on what that looks like. And fatherhood initiative, we've taken a kind of I know that today we were supposed to do a fatherhood initiative proposal, but given a little bit some transitions, we are taking a pause to kind of think about the framework and development. So I think that's it for program innovation and evaluation. Again, thank you for the counties who have been patient with us. And I'm really just proud of the work that we've done with SPCFA and those work groups, because that was a really, really great to just hear, for me, to hear directly from counties and how we could change that. One thing that is actually missing, I realized in the executive director report, is actually the research team is also convening. We folks to look at our annual reports, make sure that it looks like an impact report, and maybe hopefully streamline. So, do you have any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner Hazen?
Yeah, I'm curious, in terms of the CHIS survey, can you give us a sense of the new types of questions or information we're seeking, or is it still very preliminary?
It's still very preliminary. That staff are discussing with UCLA today. We're still focused on ACEs and childcare and equity for now. But I think what I know is that there is a roundtable of lots of folks from research universities who are discussing at the top series, the detailed levels. As many of you know, we are the primary funder, or they've said the only funder of the children's questions, which, and we have been, I think, since you were. Since you. Sure.
Thank you. Will we hear more at the next meeting or in a couple meetings?
We will probably have to provide a program, update to the program advisory, and then
Perfect.
hopefully bring back to the January.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hazen, how's the sound?
Great.
Okay.
Trying to figure out where the mics.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
Any other questions? Okay, any other comments? Director Wong? No. Okay, we will do public comments after this whole thing. Okay. I would love to invite, so that closes that item. I'd love to invite Ottawa Migration First Five Association Director from the association for some updates. In addition to standard update, the director will also provide an overview of the Choose Children campaign. And I think we have slides on all of it.
We do. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. And thank you again, Commissioner Jimenez, for hosting us here in Monterey County, and to the whole team at First Five Monterey, including Francine Rod and Nina Alcaraz. Really great to be out here in the community. Our updates from the association, we just have 3 updates to share. Go. Our updates include a little bit of background and highlights from our county commission annual survey. Every year, the association conducts a survey of county commissions. We wanted to uplift a few of the findings from that survey to the commission here. Our plans for policy priorities for 2026 ahead. And as Chair Albright mentioned, an update on Choose Children 2026. First, in terms of our county commission survey, one of the questions that we asked as part of the survey to get a pulse of real-time challenges in the community, we asked, what are the top 3 challenges you're facing? And you can see that First Five sustainability continues to remain the top challenge that it was last year. It is for this year as well. Reinforcing that is our top priority as a network. The second challenge was around maternal and prenatal support. This challenge really had a lot of gains over the year in terms of a challenge. I don't know if I can call it gains, but certainly more visibility as a challenge in our communities. And third is one of another persistent challenge, and that is finding and accessing affordable childcare. In terms of the maternal and prenatal support, increase of challenges there, we've looked at some of the anecdotal information provided, and a lot of it has to do with increased fears of hospital closures and health clinic closures because of the changes with the new administration and Medicaid. And as well as the immigration enforcements being of concern to communities when it comes to showing up for appointments for prenatal care. And that's why we see a 19% jump year over year in terms of challenges. In terms of the how the challenges break down by regions in the state, we have 6 regions in California, as you can see on the screen here. You can see that the top 3 are listed there. Most of them are around First Five sustainability, but you'll see in the Bay Area, basic needs is also in the top 3. You'll see in, for example, in Sacramento, early childhood mental health is also a top challenge in that community as well. Another area that we ask questions around is our race equity, diversity and inclusion work and initiative already, as you've heard a couple of times today and yesterday. We ask around what are the challenges faced in your county to advance these principles. And this year, the top 3 challenges are around navigating political pushback, around embedding ready principles in daily work, assessing progress or impact on how ready principles are making a change in their organization and community, as well as staff capacity and burnout. I will say thanks to Director Wong and Alex and Jorge from the First Five California team who sit on our Ready Core team they looked at this survey data and are helping us advise how we address some of these challenges. So for example, we have launched several affinity groups around the First Five Network to talk about what are your specific challenges and how we can support each other to get over those implementation and evaluation challenges as one example. So thank you again for being part of that Ready 14. And then the last part of the survey I wanted to mention was around our policy approaches. Across the network, this is aligned to the big challenge around sustainability. We've heard that state policy approaches can and should be more precise. Our advocacy should be a lot more specific. And we should emphasize long-term funding and leveraging the First Five infrastructure with state level partnerships. So we think this is a theme, but to see it again through our surveys real time, as well as some quotes here, especially the last quote there in green. First Five Association needs to remain keenly focused on improving sustainability for First Fives. There is not much else without this. So what are we doing about it? In 2026, our policy priorities, we are currently in planning for next year's legislative session and budget cycle. The First Five Association's policy priorities, which is basically our large platform, not the list of bills or specific budget asks. That large platform we're planning to have adopted in December, so next month. Our association board will be adopting the policy priorities. At the same time, specific legislation and budget requests may not be fully fleshed out, until the new year, but certainly before the February deadline of when legislation needs to be introduced. We have also committed to working with First Five California and the government affairs team on that process and ensuring that we are as aligned as possible on what those specific budget and legislative asks to be next year. In terms of the framing of the asks, we certainly want them to focus on the First Five Network and how the state can and should utilize this network more effectively. We want to address the challenge, especially in a bad budget year, and ensure the state sees the network as a valuable resource for them and for the kids of California. Let me pause there for any questions or comments before I move on to the Choose Children update.
Yes, Commissioner.
I think I missed the methodology. Whose survey?
This was the First Five Association surveying the 58 First Five county commissions and the executive
Commissioners and
directors.
directors,
Executive director,
just the EDs?
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you do the survey?
July.
So before the show, okay. And then I love this idea of addressing a challenge. Has anything specific popped up that you, of the challenges you might focus on?
Yeah, several things. One is around the implementation of BHSA or Behavioral Health Services Act, which unfortunately from what we're seeing happening in counties right now, children 0 to 5 are not being prioritized, which we believe was not the intent of the legislation. And so looking to see if there's any funding fixes or other legislative fixes that could speak more to the intent of what BHSA was supposed to be, especially for early childhood. That's one example that's come up.
Great.
Any other questions? I have another methodology question. I was curious looking at the county commission survey broken down by regions that immigration wasn't one of those. And I was curious, was this just like a drop down and there were choices? Like, how was this done?
Yes, it was a drop down with an ability to add, sorry, I'm trying to go back there. All right, ability to add your own
Comment, okay.
challenge that would not be on the list.
Were you surprised by any of these results?
No. We were not. We were not.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, move on to children.
Okay. We've talked to the commission previously about the Choose Children campaign, and I wanted to give an update on the campaign itself. As a background reminder, Choose Children is an initiative, multi-partner initiative that's looking to ensure California's next governor is a champion for young children. The First Five Association is on the steering committee of this collaborative. We're one of 4 members of this steering committee, and you can see the other partners there. The strategies for Choose Children include conducting research and voter opinion surveys to ensure that candidates understand where the electorate is when it comes to early childhood and how important it is to Californians. Doing direct candidate engagement, talking to the candidates and educating them about the issues and challenges and solutions around early childhood in California. Developing a policy agenda for the candidates to hopefully take on when they're running, but also whoever gets elected is able to implement. Ensuring that the early childhood issue is placed in the context of the race, particularly through media, earned, and social. And finally, tracking and influencing the outcomes of the policy platform and the effort once the new governor and the administration is put in place. So those are the strategies of Choose Children, and we are well on our way in implementing these strategies now. First, in terms of a big milestone coming up, we are planning a public launch of Choose Children on December 3rd, just a few weeks away. We are planning for it to be an online press conference, Zoom press conference, in order to get as much media coverage as we can on the launch. So more information to come on time and method to access the public launch. In terms of voter polling, mention that is a key feature of Choose Children, is telling the candidates where voters are on this issue. We are currently in the field right now with a voter poll, asking questions of the electorate on where they want the next governor to be when it comes to early childhood issues. And we're happy to share those results once they come out, hopefully before December 3rd, if not right at December 3rd. And as Director Wong mentioned, we are nearly completed with the policy agenda for Choose Children. And I'd like to go through some of the main tenets of the policy agenda here in a second, but I want to, for background, this policy agenda was created with over 36 organizations throughout the state. It looks at a whole child approach on what we want the next administration to focus on. And it's being paired with a policy primer that First Five California helped invest to create, so that there's background on where we've come as a sector when it comes to early childhood, paired with the policy agenda on where we want to go for the next administration. So those 2 documents are nearly complete, and we hope to share it with everyone here in the next week or so. Should I go through the policy agenda tenets now? Yeah, I'll do that now. So there are 6 pillars of the policy agenda. And again, we will send this to you in the next week. The first pillar is system navigation. And this is ensuring that California families have access to culturally resonant peer supported navigation that connects them to services throughout the state. Examples are being able to navigate the Medi-Cal system, when you need health support for your children. The second tenet or pillar is economic security. This is to ensure that families have financial resources to ensure that their child and their children's needs are met from a financial perspective. So examples there are increasing the California child tax credit, as well as increasing the guaranteed basic income pilots that are going on in California as well, and seeing if there's a way to expand those. The third pillar is around birth justice. This is to ensure that California birthing people receive high quality and culturally responsive care and seamless services before, during, and after birth. These are examples here are expanding payments to doula benefits, for example, in California, that have been approved through CalAIM, but the payments aren't exactly meeting the local needs there. The fourth pillar is early learning and care. This is to ensure that families have quality, affordable, and culturally and linguistically affirming early learning and care for their children, particularly childcare. Access and affordability is top of mind for that pillar. The fifth pillar is health coverage and access. This is to ensure California families with young children can access high quality, affordable health care. An example there is ensuring that we can pay for continuous coverage for Medicaid, Medi-Cal for children 0 to 5, which was on the books, but got pulled back recently because of the MCO tax. And then last but not least is the governance pillar. This pillar is looking to ensure California has a well-developed infrastructure of governance that prioritizes families with young children. And there's interconnectedness between not just state departments, but also local networks and infrastructure, like the First Five Network. So that's a snapshot of the six pillars. It is really whole child, as you can tell. Any questions on the pillars? And I can just end with quick updates there around candidate engagement.
Any comments, questions, thoughts?
Oh,
Yes.
so how were the partners selected on the Choose Children?
Yeah, we started with a call for interested parties from 2018 who had participated in Choose Children now almost 8 years ago. And we started with that group, and then we expanded to a group of advocates that we all know and work with around the state. And the table is still open for anyone who wants to participate. We're at 36 statewide organizations, right? Not including First Fives, not including the First Five Next.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Parent.
Is it a C3 or a C4?
This is all C3 work.
And are all the partner organizations contributing toward the costs of the polls and the advocacy and debate? Is it pooled?
No, the partner organizations are not contributing financially. The Choose Children is fully supported through philanthropic grants. We have about 11 foundations that are investing in Choose Children.
Are you able to provide those policy priorities and all funders that maybe later, you send us?
Absolutely.
Most of the details you provided that aren't on the slide.
Absolutely, yeah. The policy primer, that First Five California Health Draft was, I think it's 8 pages long. It's really robust. The policy agenda is equally robust. It has a 100-day plan. It has a 4-year plan. It has an 8-year plan. So we will send all the detail along in the next week or so.
And one comment I'm hearing a little bit, or a thread that I'm hearing between both of these comments, is the importance of showing this broad network of support and partners and philanthropic and nonprofit and providers and First Five that have come together that's a big deal in California, to come together to come up with 6 priorities. So I think an opportunity to even just have the slide of everyone's logo and as you're rolling it out on December 3rd would be awesome.
That's a really great suggestion. Thank you.
The philanthropic, the funders, are they providing the resources to the association or are they directly funding it? How does that work?
Yeah, one of our partners is the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. They're acting as a fiscal intermediary for most of the funding. However, the association has funders that we work with directly, and they've decided instead to give us the dollars as the operations lead for Choose Children. So it's a mix of the two.
Yeah, please.
So it's throughout California, all the partners are located throughout California.
Correct.
One more question. It's not just a gubernatorial, it's a midterm. Are you reaching out to other candidates other than the gubernatorial candidates, now especially after Proposition 50?
No, we're not. We're focused on the gubernatorial race alone. Right now, we have a viability metric that we use, and we're engaging with nine candidates who we think are viable at this point. That may change. So we're gonna continue to address who's viable at least through the March filing deadline. So 9 may go down to 6, may go down to 4, may increase.
Yeah.
And that's part of the C3 work, is we have to, work with all the viable candidates equally and provide them the equal amount of information.
And then there's no, is there a plan to go C4?
We have several C4 organizations that are part of the coalition, and we try to keep the work separate, especially because our funders are foundations that want to see that work be separate. That said, we're certainly listening to and having discussions about what C4 work could look like in the future, but not right now, not for Choose Children.
I know the strategy is a governor's strategy, and when you think about governance and some of these other issues, and we also, in addition to midterms, having the superintendent of public instruction and the state board of education as part of the conversation is interesting, particularly when we think about TK rollout, transitional to drug rollout. So anyway, more food for thought for a group of very thoughtful people. So, any other comments, questions?
I'll just say we have started our one-on-one meetings with candidates. They're all going really well. Everyone is a child champion so far that we've talked to. And they're waiting for the data. They're looking for the primer. They're looking for the specific policy asks. They're looking for the polling data. And but so far the conversations are going well. They see Choose Children as a resource to their campaign, which is a great start. We're also going to be planning forums with the candidates, as well as a televised debate in the spring for all the candidates. So more to come on how commissioners and staff and the First Five Network can participate.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your report. Appreciate it. And moving on to the next.
That's okay. One thing, and I brought this up, I think to Avo after the last meeting, but just want to flag for us. I think once this campaign ends, I think there may be an opportunity to share it as an exemplar with counties as they think about mayoral races or county supervisor races, right? How a campaign like this could be replicated at the local level to prioritize those issues we all care about. So I'm hoping that we can think about how we might be able to support some of that work moving forward, even though our focus is on the state.
Thank you, Commissioner, and shout out to Santa Clara County and San Mateo County who have done just that. And they have a model that has worked well in their community. And I think to the earlier comments, Choose Children can be applied to any race. It's about choosing children, regardless of what candidate you're choosing. And so I'd love to discuss more on how it could be applied locally or to other races.
Thank you. And I guess just closing thought, like as we think about sustainability, right? Thinking about both decisions and policies shaped at the governor's office and also at the locals are really important to that sustainability conversation.
Thanks so much, Commissioner Hazen. We'll end the First Five Association's report. And I'm thrilled to be able to invite First Five Monterey Executive Director Francine Rod and First Five Santa Clara Executive Director Jennifer Keller-Cloth. And the Contra Costa Executive Director Ruth Fernandez to present the Bay Area Region Partner presentation. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, commissioners, for having us. And I think to start, we really wanted to also introduce and thank the other Bay Area EDs who are here. And so would you all please stand up if you're a Bay Area ED and introduce yourself? We'll start over here to the left with David.
Hi, everyone. David Brody, I'm the Executive Director at First Five Santa Cruz County. It's a pleasure to be here.
Teresa Zagara, First Five San Francisco. Happy to be here with all our sites.
Hello, Louisa Power. I'm Executive Director of San Benito County. I'm very excited to be here.
Hi, everyone. Ashley Walker, Executive Director for Napa County. Great to be there. with you all.
Good morning, Angie Dillon Shore, Executive Director of First Five Sonoma County.
Okay, great. Thank you all for being here. And I did also want to shout out to my staff for all of the work that they did to pull together last night. And there's several of them who are in the room here. We have our Deputy Director, Johnny Salazar, for operations. Stand up, Johnny. And then we also have Nita Alcarez, who is our Director of Policy Advocacy and Communications. And she's the one to thank for the video on the home visiting last night, the data boards, and was the person who came up with the idea for the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network that you'll hear about later on. And then we also have Ramona McCabe, who is our Director of Programs, and she is the one who is shepherding our mental health programs as well as the hub, the Medi-Cal hub. So I do want to thank you guys so much. And coming to help us facilitate lunch, you'll also see Joanna Jensen and Chris. I almost said Chris Perry. No, Chris Curtis, who's going to be helping us with lunch as well today. So just want to give them that recognition. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you.
I wanted to say good morning again to you as commissioners, and we are honored here to talk about our collective work as the Bay Area. Or as we lovingly call ourselves, the Bears. Yes, the Bears. So for more than 25 years, First Fives in our region have worked collaboratively to build stronger systems change and relationships related to early learning, family support, and child health to ensure that everyone else has the best possible start in life. As you all know, the Bay Area is a vast region, and it's made up of 12 counties, most of whom are here today with us. We're so excited to have them, representing a diverse and dynamic cross-section of California, from urban centers to rural communities, and you can see we have both here. So you're welcome here to Alisal, and we've got the city right here, and you were last night at the Rancho Cielo, and we've got the rural too. So some of us have both. And together we've leveraged local innovation and regional partnerships to address complex challenges, from childcare access and family stability to health equity and immigrant family well-being. And that is a huge topic for us, and you'll hear a lot more about that in a bit. Those two quotes there that were on the last page, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success, from Henry Ford. As well as, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, go together. You heard that last night from Supervisor Lopez. There's another one that came to me as well. I spent quite a bit of time in Haiti, and in Haiti they say "Yon sel doit pas manger kalaloo," which is you can't eat okra with one finger. So we know that lasting change for children and families doesn't happen in isolation, and it happens when we move together, aligning our strategies, our data, and amplifying each other's success. So you've had an opportunity to experience the role that we play as trusted messengers in the community. You saw that last night. And that we are trusted collaborators with other advocates who need us to serve as the gas and the glue. And that's a role that's not funded by anybody else. That is a gap that we play, and we need the resources to be able to play that role. The Bay Area is home to roughly about 7.5 million people. Wait, is that the next slide, guys? Yes, it is. Next slide. But 7.5 million people, making it the second most populated region in California, just behind the greater Los Angeles. We like to say we are almost LA. And so of that population, about 64% are people of color, Latino, African American, Asian, Pacific Islander. And this diversity is one of our greatest strengths. And it also underscores the need for really culturally responsive and respectful and healing approaches for all kinds of systems of care for our children and families. So within our region, and that number there, we did some additional checking on it, and it's actually closer to 500,000, 500,000 children 0 to 5 in the Bay Area region. And the high cost of living here is one of the most significant challenges that our families face. Even moderate income families struggle to afford childcare, housing, basic necessities, all pressures that directly impact the well-being of our children. So much like California, the Bay Area is experiencing a decline in birth rates, which has important implications for how we plan, sustain, and target our investments in early childhood. And these trends shape the landscape that the Bay Area is experiencing and working with as we share our focus on equity, access, and long-term systems change. So given the size, diversity, and complexity of the Bay Area, our region's challenges can feel really immense, but so is our collective impact. And so here's just a few examples. And so this was a few years ago when we were kind of working together to pull all of our data together to be able to talk about the impact. So in 2019 to 2020, the Bay Area First Fives collected and invested nearly 18 million in research-backed programs like Nurse Family Partnership, Parents as Teachers, Triple P, and those programs are proven to improve child health, school readiness, and family stability. So through these programs in that 1 year, we directly served more than 20,000 parents, caregivers, and representing thousands of families supported during their child's most critical early years. So those investments, as you all know, don't only change lives, they deliver measurable value. And so for every $1 invested, an additional $4.40 in value was generated by Bay Area communities. So altogether, that translated to 78.5 million in value that was returned to the region in one single year. So this analysis reflects both the scale and effectiveness of our regional efforts and is a testament to the shared vision, coordination, and commitment of all 12 Bay Areas, Bay Area counties. All right, so next you're going to hear more about the areas that we're feeling we're really rising to the top for us, that we really wanted to emphasize with you all together today. That align our values, our sharing of data, and amplifying what works. So what follows is just a snapshot of a few examples of the incredible work that's happening across the 12 Bay Area counties. And we've organized these highlights around these areas in order to show the connectedness as well as the importance of now. So we're going to start with Ready. And that name is purposeful because we know that our children will not be ready, READY, unless our systems are centered in understanding really truly about the impact of race, racial justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then we'll talk about centering families in authentic engagement, then mobilizing networks for rapid immigration response, and lastly, innovative strategies for child and maternal health. Across the Bay Area, First Fives are weaving these values into everything we do, from internal policies and funding priorities and community partnerships to ensuring equity isn't just a value we talk about, but a standard that we live by. So to share this commitment and have it come to life, I am pleased to invite Ruth Fernandez from the First Five Contra Costa to kick off our first two highlighted areas.
Thank you, Francine. Good morning, commissioners.
So as Francine shared, next slide. Yeah, it's a little tricky.
There we go.
This is the right slide. Sure. Thank you. So Francine shared, the Bay Area's first fives are deeply committed to our advancing racial equity, diversity, inclusion, our READY principles. And so we really see READY not as a separate initiative, but we see it as a core principle that we live every day and that we embrace through our work in communities. We know that achieving true readiness for children means ensuring our systems develop vital conditions needed to become ready to be equitable, inclusive, and responsive that are connected to the lived experiences of families and children. So it's really a great honor to give you a glimpse because we will be here for a long time and we wanted to cover everything our counties are doing. But we thought it was really important to just touch a bit of the detail of the amazing work happening. Next slide. So starting with our amazing hosting county, Monterey, I'm gonna give them a big shout out again. In Monterey County, First Five is cultivating transformational understanding and action through deep capacity building across its workforce. More than 90 professionals have been trained on the diversity tenets, and through a custom designed 3-day ready training, helping to shift both mindsets and practices for equity and inclusion. This intensive incorporates the teaching of Dr. Sean Gangwright to support participants to embrace 4 essential mindset pivots to more deeply understand and more fully embrace ready in practice. So I'd like to share a quote from one of the participants that was part of this intensive that summed up the experience globally. And it says, starting with identifying social identity, learning about our Monterey County culture and history, meeting the grief, anger, sadness of oppression, finding inside myself where healing stems and grows, and using that to full liberation was a powerful experience. End quote. Also in Contra Costa County, our READY focus has been on community-driven, place-based systems change efforts to improve the conditions, services, and supports for African American and Black children through our Ready Kids East County Going to Classroom initiative. This is a public-private partnership leveraging Prop 10 and philanthropic dollars to improve wellness and help address inequities that contribute to school readiness disparities, starting prenatally by addressing maternal health disproportionality for Black birthing people. We're also leading the expansion of inclusion and early identification through the scaling of our Help Me Grow Contra Costa, which is, we're really looking to amplify our developmental screening efforts. And our recent READY strategy focused on language access and language justice. So we developed 12 videos in 6 different languages, including American Sign Language and closed captions, which are actively being used across all pediatric partner clinics, community clinics, and cross-sector family serving organizations. Moving on to also our neighboring county, First Five Alameda. They're leading similar efforts and system building efforts that ensure developmental screenings and service connections reach more families. Since 2017, Alameda has invested over 25 million in community place-based investment that include programming focused on fatherhood and birth equity, as well as pediatric care coordination. Just last year, Alameda's Help Me Grow became a Medi-Cal contractor. And lastly, in Solano County, equity is being advanced through space and access. As in most counties, quality childcare is limited in Solano. After a local survey of providers, they identified the largest barrier to expanding access to quality childcare was the lack of appropriate facilities to house childcare and preschool. So First Five Solano partnered with their local Head Start provider and the County Office of Education
to purchase and renovate a shuttered elementary school and turn it into an early learning center in one of their highest need areas in the county. Head Start will operate a facility, and up to 5 other childcare providers will occupy the early learning center. They will share common areas with the facility, and they will also, each provider will pay their shared cost of utilities, janitorial, and office space, which reduces the cost overall for each individual provider, but also it maintains the quality of care on site. Also, the county Impact Legacy staff will be housed at that early learning space, providing technical assistance and professional development to ensure quality care is offered. So again, these are all just a few examples trying to balance the detail and a broad glimpse of what the Bay Areas are doing, embedding ready in principles of system spaces and relationships, transforming not only how services are delivered, but how our communities themselves are valued and supported. Next slide.
Maybe I'm not as good at this slide. There's a little bit, there is a.
Yeah. A core belief across Bay Area First Fives is that lasting systems change starts with listening to families and centering their voices in decision making. When families are meaningfully engaged, not just consulted, but empowered, the policies, programs, and systems we build become more equitable, effective, and sustainable. And so here are a few examples of that work. On the Central Coast, the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network, and I know Francine just mentioned this, that includes First Five Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Cruz counties. This effort united over 750 parents, providers, and community leaders to advance equitable policies and opportunities for young children. This growing movement ensures families' lived experiences directly inform local and state decision-making, creating a unified regional voice that drives early childhood policy forward. In Alameda County, involving the early childhood system through fiscal policy and administration of 2 major ballot initiatives. Their Measure C, a $150 million sales tax measure with an 11-member community advisory council, guides the design and implementation of that measure. And the Oakland Children's Initiative, a $30 million local investment in preschool and family supports, is the second initiative undergirding their work. Over the next 5 years, these efforts will steward nearly $1 billion in new funding to grow the early care and education system, in close partnership with community, philanthropy, and public sector partners. Now, all of this system building effort is equity centered, both in race and class, with the goal of creating systems, community, and family conditions where every child has the opportunity to learn and grow. So a key aspect of this work in Alameda is that none of this would have been possible without the Prop 10 funding serving as the foundation for programming to grow and be built upon and system work to continue. And I would say that this is true across the whole Bay Area counties. Prop 10 dollars and First Fives relational capital that we have within community has been the foundation upon many other investments and other funding streams have been able to grow the pie for early childhood in our communities. Lastly, the work happening in San Francisco through the Department of Early Childhood. Families are being placed at the center of developmental screening through an exciting Sparkler app, which empowers parents with instant access to results, play ideas, and follow-up support. The Sparkler app was formally adopted by First Five San Francisco in 2021. The shift from a paper-based to a digital screening has not only allowed parents to take an active role in their child's development, but it has also greatly reduced the administrative burden on providers and improved their ability to easily track and communicate the progress of single child, as well as an entire classroom or an entire school. So the app has significantly improved equity, especially for Black and Latinos children who were previously less likely to receive follow-up and has led to dramatic increase in screening across San Francisco. Since its launch it's served over 7,500 children annually, and within those children, 250 are participating in early care and education sites. In fact, the app was recently fully adopted by the San Francisco Unified School District early education programs. So in closing, across the Bay Area, First Fives demonstrate that authentic engagement isn't just about outreach, it's about shared power. By embedding family and community voice into the heart of policy, funding, and system design, we're ensuring that early childhood systems are not only built for families, but built by families. So now, to continue on our storytelling, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Jennifer Callenberg Floyd from First Five Santa Clara County. And she'll be walking us through two of the next focus areas.
Well, I think, good morning, commissioners. I think you can tell already, there was a lot of arm wrestling that had to happen to figure out what to highlight because there's just really some amazing energy across the Bay Area. I've been an executive director now for 3 years, and this group of executive directors is both inspiring, intimidating, and amazing colleagues. And if you have an idea, I guarantee you one of them is either able to help you develop it, has already done it already. So it really is a wonderful network of support and mentorship for newer executive directors. And I think also just really real innovation on the ground. And I think this next area really highlights that. So of course we can't ignore sort of what has been going on in our community with the shifting federal landscape over the last 18 months. And the Bay Area, really has taken a significant amount of leadership in terms of how our First Fives are uniquely positioned to respond to support our immigrant families. Most of our Bay Area counties do have a significant number of either mixed documentation within families or first generation families of immigrants. And so it's been a huge highlight in terms of how we've needed to shift and pivot. And I think a great example of how nimble First Fives can be in a way that sometimes, city or county or state governments just aren't able to shift as quickly. So to highlight a few areas in this work, and I want to shout out first to Promote Sonoma County, because as early as December of 2024, Sonoma County was already mobilizing to the effect of money going out into the community to support this work. So in particular in Sonoma, they recognized right away that it was really important to bring some regional infrastructure to support all of the different types of community-based organizations and families. And really the best way to support families would be through trusted messengers, as there was a lot of messaging out in the community that was inaccurate or misleading or fear-inducing. So where Sonoma really first invested was to create a curriculum to really create trauma-informed family preparedness planning using a nationally vetted model. This intensive series, it was 8 half days over 3 months, was conducted in partnership with On the Move, Sonoma County Legal Aid, and the Immigration Institute of the Bay Area. And it included 25 family-serving CBOs. Each of those CBOs received an additional $30,000 discretionary grant to create the space and infrastructure to participate in this work. And currently 6 of those CBOs are continuing to receive funding to implement family preparedness planning on the ground in their various service locations. So it really took from concept to on the ground reality. And additional funding is also supporting immigrant-led community organizing and coordination with the local rapid response network, ensuring that pregnant people and families with young children are prioritized for legal assistance and safety. Through all of this, First Five Sonoma continues to center families at the margins of this work, ensuring that each of their investments and partnerships promotes not just the information and not just the service, but actually trauma-informed, culturally responsive delivery that reflects the lived realities of the community. Their neighbor, First Five Napa County, was able to also partner and benefit from the work that Sonoma County started, and also is implementing a Train the Trainer professional development series, partnering with the same partner that Sonoma worked with. And their family resource centers are receiving critical real-time updates on Know Your Rights, rapid response, and public charge. So they are able to serve as those trusted messengers in the community. In both of these communities, each of these investments really ensures that the lived realities of who's being impacted by this are most impacted and inform what's needed, and ensures that frontline staff who are really getting all of the questions and are in the communities are actually prepared to respond with not just information, but clarity, compassion, and as much confidence as we can have in this time of uncertainty. Locally in my county, Santa Clara County, similarly, we were able to mobilize fairly quickly. And we launched a Standing Firm for Families initiative, which is a $1 million investment to create family stability during what we knew would be an area where we would likely be targeted in the Bay Area, and that has come to pass. Originally, this effort was designed really to address the urgent impacts on immigrant families. It's grown more vital, obviously, in the last couple of weeks, as we've seen SNAP funding stalled, and that has intensified the needs for all of our families. But Standing Firm for Families specifically has launched in phases. So one bucket of that investment is about emergency funds for families who might be impacted by an immigration event. So if a parent is detained unexpectedly, families can access dollars for necessary basic needs. That money is actually about to go out in the next couple of weeks. We also have invested in wellness grants for frontline agencies who we know are exhausted already. And we want to be able to provide those agencies with some modest means to really help support their staff, whether that's through wellness retreats or a community dinner or healing circles. And we're letting each agency really decide how could they best invest that money to support their frontline teams. And then the last bucket is very similar to Sonoma County, really focused on how can we help agencies prepare families with a mix of legal knowledge and support, as well as individual consultations and trusted messenger planning for families, especially as some of our laws have recently changed, actually thanks to the support of First Five California. There are some new policies and new pathways for families who unfortunately even need to consider exploring those. There are at least some other venues for families to plan in a way that feels less threatening to them. So obviously our immigration work really just shows that whether we're responding to the immigration policy shifts or the rapid changes in Medi-Cal eligibility, the Bairds really have been working as a regional network and building each other up, supporting each other, and unabashedly stealing each other's great ideas in order to support our communities. Next slide. The last area we wanted to highlight was just our work in child and maternal health, and really some of the innovation that's been happening across the space. So the commission is very familiar with all of the changed opportunities that have arisen with CalAIM. And really the Bay Area, some of the Bay Area commissions have been leading in terms of how to implement and really build and leverage those dollars, which are, by the way, very administratively challenging to build and access for our community-based partners. So really that's where First Fives have stepped up and been, as Francine says, truly the gas and the glue to make that work possible and to really leverage every dollar. Go to the next slide. So first, I want to highlight some of the work that's happening in even our one rural county in the Bay Area, San Benito County. So San Benito has really been able to partner with their county behavioral health. Reminds me a lot of where we are today in terms of integration. But their behavioral health department will actually be offering on-site behavioral health services at their First Five location for families. So and a different sort of integration that is exclusively funded through behavioral health dollars, but First Five is helping to leverage. And that just really shows how, even some of our smallest counties can really utilize system partnership to make major change. In San Mateo County, sort of in a really different approach, they have launched a baby bonus pilot, which is one of many examples in the Bay Area where they're looking at wealth building alongside system support. So through a partnership with their health plan, each family is being provided $300 a month for 3 years to those that birth a child that is eligible for Medi-Cal. They're also paired with a community health worker, again, funded through CalAIM, ensuring that financial support is partnered with personal guidance, connection, and relationship-based care. And this pilot is being rigorously evaluated to inform hopefully future state and national policy solutions, showing how pairing those investments in early years can really improve maternal and child outcomes. There have been similar wealth building efforts across the Bay Area, including Contra Costa, Sonoma, and Santa Clara. Not all of them are health focused. Some are focused on families experiencing homelessness, some around wages for early learning providers. But that's been just another area of innovation that partners actual cash with all of the services to really hopefully make lifelong changes. Talking a little bit about our specific examples of the leveraging of CalAIM and Medi-Cal, First Five Marin, Monterey, and Alameda are all leveraging CalAIM directly. So in Marin, First Five is leading a CalAIM coordination effort for birthing families and children, serving as a hub to strengthen connections for the local service providers. And they really stepped into a place where their local CBOs said they just could not without First Five being able to serve as that administrative hub. Similarly, First Five Monterey County is leveraging Medi-Cal benefits to create a hub for holistic care, supporting the billing through CalAIM for community health workers and enhanced care management services, ensuring families can really receive whole person care, rooted in prevention and relationships. And in Alameda County, as mentioned, they are also have become a Medi-Cal contractor billing for the community health worker benefit through its local managed care plan, the Alameda Alliance. So all of our First Fives, as you all know, are working with our various health plans to negotiate MOUs, which is a requirement for those managed care plans. And these are some great examples of how those relationships and partnerships are really leveraging dollars on the ground. And then last, I just want to highlight, some work that Santa Cruz County is doing, really meeting families right where life begins. So the Baby Gateway Newborn Enrollment Program reaches families at all 3 countywide hospitals, helping parents to first enroll their children in Medi-Cal, connect them to a trusted medical home, and then hopefully access additional services that they might be eligible for during those very early days. This proactive hospital-based approach assures that every baby can start with a foundation of care and connection. So these examples really illustrate how First Fives are innovating within and beyond traditional health systems to create integrated, equitable, and family-driven models of care. By bridging these different systems, we're ensuring families have the support they need for healthy start, strong relationships, and lifelong well-being. I'll let Francine close us out.
All right, so what do we want you to take away from this time that we have spent together, right? I'm sure Chris Perry was probably gonna ask that question. And I think the words that are coming to mind to me are that we are innovators, collaborators, gap fillers, relationship builders, trusted partners, and trusted messengers at the organizational, the individual level for working with families on an individual basis, organizational level, helping to make sure that the capacity of the organizations that are supporting them are strong at the policy level, right? So that we really get that we have to work at the systems level to make these changes. This one-on-one helping this family here and there, it's not going to get us anywhere, right? So this overall big systems change is what we really need. Policy, practices, resource flows, relationships, mental models, all of those things have to change. And we are in it to win it for our families, right? So that's what we want you guys to take away from this, and to see that we are connected to the communities on the ground, And we invite you to really work with us in an authentic way to co-create together from the ground up the different kinds of projects and programs that you're interested in thinking about, because we have those connections to those families. And we would love to work with you in a deep, authentic way. And we get, when most of us are county agencies and or have our own policies and procedures about not co-creating, projects together and then applying for them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so we can work with you on various ways to think about deeply how we can co-create things together that'll still meet Anthony's requirements. So I think that is really, we come in lots of different sizes and different needs. But the one thing that is always true is that we really are your trusted messengers and partners, and the first place to go for that kind of authentic co-creation and relationships. So with that, we'd like to thank you so much for your partnership and your trust and your ongoing support for this work. And we look forward to continuing to work with you to build an even better first five than we have right now. And we'd love to be able to open it up to you all for questions as well, and reflections, ideas, comments, concerns. And we've got Bay Area, and then we're lucky to have a number of other EDs from other counties here as well. And any, we're all different, we're all the same, and we all work together to make things great for our state.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do for our state and your county. Opening up for any comments or questions?
I can start. So proud to be part of the Bay Area. Lots of innovative and new strategies being employed. I wrote down a few. It's like, I want to know how Moraine County can afford to give $3,600 a year for every family for 3 years. Not something we could do here locally, but looking to see if that really did meet its aim. I think seizing the opportunity under CalAIM is so critical, and I think all the first fives that are serving as those hubs for many of our funded partners who don't have the infrastructure and capacity to become Medi-Cal billable providers through their local managed care plan. So I applaud those efforts, and I hope that they continue. We don't know what's going to happen in a year and plus regarding the waiver and what the state's going to do. Hopefully integrate ECM and community supports and CHW as part of their just normal delivery of services is kind of what we're hoping, and hopefully we can kind of help elevate that to our DHCS collectively. And on the Behavioral Health Service Act, there's a webinar right now happening where the HHS is kind of talking about its rollout on the prevention side. So I wouldn't lose hope. I think there still might be some opportunity for first fives to be some of those funded agencies under that BHSA 4% that's going to be administered by the California Department of Public Health. So I'm sure there'll be a recording that we can all listen to later to see what opportunities there are there. So, but thank you. Thank you to all of you that were able to join us here today and for highlighting just the great work that's happening in our region.
Thank you. Other comments and questions?
Oh, I just had a question. The sparkler.
Oh, yes.
Is that how do you implement that? It's like basically a DIY, right, for parents?
Yeah, Sparkler is actually in several states as well around the country. It originated as part of the Help Me Grow with Help Me Grow Connecticut. It is a digital mobile app that is held by parents. So parents, really what we found for the first time is that parents were able to see and hold their own child's developmental screening results. In our county, we were doing a lot of screenings. They were all on paper. Sometimes parents would get shared the results. Sometimes they wouldn't. Even if they did, they were filed away, never seen again. And it was especially African-American and Latino children who were falling through the cracks when we did small sample sizes analyses, pulling out the files and seeing what had been flagged and what was happening. And so now with Sparkler, so it's a nonprofit company that has this, this mobile app, But it's not only for, and it's the ages and stages questionnaire is on there. We also, San Francisco spearheaded it being translated into Chinese, so it's in Spanish and Chinese. They're working on other languages as well. And it also has a library of over 2,000 play activities, not on-screen play activities, play ideas that parents will do off-screen that line up with all the ASQ domains. So parents can see their screening results, they can see the domains, even if there's not a flag, they can see the domains that they might want to work on, and then they get play ideas for how to work on those domains. They also get connected with their child's provider. So it's based we're moving citywide, so any parent in San Francisco can just download and do the screening. But we also have over 250 sites on all of our family resource centers, as well as our early care and education programs, and now the school district early care and education programs. And so by the site also holding the results, the parent and the provider can communicate together about the results, and the site can see a whole dashboard of all of their results, as well as the follow-up activities that have been done if a child has been flagged. And so what we're getting, what has been amazing and really telling is that our office, and we don't deliver services out of our office, but our office sometimes gets calls from parents saying, I got a screen, I know it's been finished, I can see the results, nobody's talking to me about it. Contact my provider, like help me contact my provider, and then we have conversations about that. And the providers who are on there have over 100% screening rate. What that means is they're doing screenings multiple times. And they're often doing screenings multiple times because parents are asking. They are keeping up with their intervals of screening, not just once. So it's been really amazing for us.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it's an empowerment tool, people take charge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? Commissioner Hazen?
Yeah, thank you for this great report and for all the work that you all are doing, both exciting and inspiring. I'm wondering, so I guess two things. So one around the immigration support and the emergency response services. And I'm not sure if this is a question for the counties or for the state team, but as we think about our children first work, how do we learn from and amplify the work that's happening at the counties, and how will we be able to allow counties to leverage our work through Children's First? Can you share some of our thinking around that?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, this is a great example of what Children First is aiming to do, which is uplifting efforts that are already exist, like the ones that are being done in the Bay Area counties. That's exactly what it's gonna aim to do. So not recreate the wheel, but uplift the existing resources and efforts that are happening and tools that are helping the community. So I'll get a little more into that if you like during my update, but I just want to congratulate you guys on this wonderful work. I mean, our constant conversations about it, and just again, the wonderful work you guys are doing is amazing. And with the limited resources that we have as well, right? We don't have billions of dollars to tackle everything, but we're doing everything we can at the county level and at the state level to help advocates for children.
And I wonder, just for executive directors, any insights you have or guidance about what we should keep in mind as it relates to Children First?
Yes, if I can, I do actually really first want to thank First-Side California. We've had a couple of listening sessions where, they have really asked, what are you doing? What are you seeing? What are you leveraging? And certainly for example, Sonoma County's curriculum that they invested in developing, now there's a curriculum. So, that would be a great opportunity potentially for First-Side California to invest in making that available on a broader scale. Or, to say, this idea of, emergency fund, some kind of central emergency fund process in various communities. So I definitely think the combination of amplification and investment is important because at some point, you know, we reached deep to pull that $1 million out. I mean, it was necessary and it was painful, but it was the right thing. And you know, we're in a 4-year haul here and we're not even done with year 1. So I definitely think, you know, we will need the partnership of First Five California as well. And we want to learn from each other and the needs are a little different. And I think, you know, the Bay Area region is a very progressive region. And I think some of our other sister commissions, it will be a little more challenging for them to leverage their own dollars in that way. And that's an important thing for the First Five California to consider.
And if I may just add, yes, and the other unique piece to consider is that oftentimes we are at the local level able to bundle not only how the services are done, but because again, our relationships with community. So the role that we play in bundling services and triaging it and making sure that it's meeting communities where they need it, it's a superpower that it's for all of us as a network, right? And so being able to have that local control, and I know historically the commission has rolled out applications and RFPs with First Fives having first right of refusal. So I think that would be continuing to do that. It's great because we're able to, you know, assess what fits best in the moment to meet the moment. So I just wanted to add that piece.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna mention in terms of something to keep in mind as we move forward, because even the First Fives who may not be able to implement on the ground still know what's happening on the ground. And so they can say, we're not your best trusted messenger here, or we're not your best trusted partner here. But allowing the First Fives to have that right of first refusal to help connect and allow and understand what's happening in their community, and then to be able to say, yep, you know what, it's not us, it should be somebody else, or yes, it should be us, is something that I think would be really kind of important to show the really trust in the relationship and the ability to work together.
Thank you. And the second question I have is, you know, I think one of the things that I'm left with after this is the number of really impactful programs that are happening. And it's a question, I think, for our commission to think about, both in terms of our, I think, program and evaluation committee and our advocacy work, but how can we really use the impactful work that is happening on the ground to shape our advocacy and policy work to help bring some of these things to scale statewide, right? So I think we heard guaranteeing income or wealth building, right? You talk about Spark, the immigration work, and on and on. We can't fund all of those things. It's not our work to fund all of those things in every county, but to the extent that we see opportunities to scale these things. So my question is, how as a commission can we sort of formalize a process to use some of these things that are happening as pilots to inform what we're pushing on at the state and I think federal level?
That is exactly the hope and the plan in terms of how do we bubble up good promising practices, because folks on the ground are doing the work, right? And so our role as a gas and glue are the state, at the state level. Like our state agency partners don't know what they don't know, and kind of bringing that real life practice is a goal of ours and mine and the staff. So the way that we can more formally do it instead of a year-end grant report, more active and live would be, we'd love to think together with Avo about what that actually, maybe our monthly ED calls, actually. We can actually transform those conversations about, like, you know, I had the question this last ED call, what's happening on the ground with CYVHI, tell me what's going on. So maybe we can actually have those monthly conversations in real time so that we can hear the best practices, both the challenges and the opportunities to scale the promising practices on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Perry.
Well, I really appreciate those questions, Commissioner Hazen, and both the association and the Bay Area reports, because there's a holistic approach to some of this, but I don't know that I'm hearing a framework for that yet.
In both cases, in both reports, there were lists of possible policy platforms and a very long list of programs that are underway. And one of the challenges and opportunities of the way First Five is structured, right, is there's a state commission or 58 individual commissioner, county commissions, and you are free to do what you choose to do. And so we are sitting here 1 year away from a gubernatorial election and a midterm and many other impactful moments that could benefit from greater insight into what it is you are doing that works. And it isn't clear to me yet collectively what that is. And I think we are also at a really interesting moment where there are experts and there are new technology tools that might help us better articulate what it is we do better than other people. And we have to back that up with data. And I think the commission, and I would love to have a conversation that is slow enough to be accurate, but fast enough to be impactful around finding an expert to come in and help us develop an AI tool that would go into all of your strategic plans or your annual reports or the data you keep, and let us try to paint for the first time a really crystal clear picture about the level of impact you're having. And to be fair, right, we try things that aren't always impactful, same at state, county. We need to be able to differentiate and be honest with each other on what is and isn't working. So when we go to 9 gubernatorial candidates or members of the Assembly and the Senate, we are going to them with something that is verified and that we can fight for. I think this is such a great moment to take all of this learning, all of this effort, but also this decline and say, here's what we do better than other people. Here's how we know. Now we're going to come together around these policy recommendations. And my last point is, I think this is just an ongoing conversation, Jackie. I don't think it's like we have to figure it out today, but there are resources that probably wouldn't be very significant to get an expert to come in and help us with that insight. And then last but not least, I think we've seen through the shutdown, this administration's focus on efficiency, and the upcoming budget struggle, that we have to be the efficiency people. We have got to start showing leaders in the state how to do things cheaply and better. And in some ways, I don't know if we're that example. I'm not sure. So I think there's an efficiency argument that'd be fun to figure out, as well as tying all of this to how we're helping the state be more affordable. I threw a lot out there, but I think that there are 4 corners on a page. There's an affordability argument that could be really effective, because I think everything we do around early childhood is an affordability investment. Connecting us to more of the movements in the state around transportation, wealth building, housing, food distribution, and education that could be argued for through an affordability and efficiency lens. And then there's the state and county efforts and how complementary all of that could be. But why don't we try to articulate that in a way that gets us front and center in the next administration? Because look at everything you've done, but it's really hard for you to articulate it quickly and in a comprehensive way. It's all individually laid out.
Can I add? So if there are actually current opportunities for that type of work, we've been talking together about impact studies, right? And so through a couple of initiatives and approvals that the state has already, that the commission has already approved, whether it be through resiliency or kind of rethinking what impact means for the SBCFA evaluation carve-outs. So kind of framing that. So I love this idea of AI, of course, children's screens, AI. I'm like, okay, is that legal? I don't know what the state is about like AI. When we go into our reports and do that, that's a whole nother thing. And we're also trying to, at a space, a point in time that there was approval for a 25-year look back that we still are trying to kind of get our heads wrapped around. So there's lots of different currently approved initiatives underway. And then we've been, like I said, we've been having the conversations about telling the impact story with the counties, which we're listening. And I really kind of appreciate the clarity that you
I don't know if it's, let me not say artificial intelligence, let me say that I think there are powerful technology tools that really are very, have become incredibly accessible and affordable this year. And given everything you were trying to do prior to that, the length of time that might take to do it the way you thought you had to do it
Yeah.
may be very different now. And I wouldn't want to squander this opportunity 1 year from today. That we still didn't get our look back and our impact report and our everything done because we didn't necessarily fold in this new powerful set of tools that could accelerate all of our voice and amplify all of our work in a way that gets us further than we might get otherwise.
Yeah, I would like to respond a little bit to that because I totally agree with you that we've been doing this for a long time and you too were in it for a long time and we haven't been able, we don't have an elevator speech. And that has been one of the beauties about First Five and one of the challenges because of the way that it was set up. And the fact that we are kind of a pilot, like it's wonderful that we can do these different things and test them so that then we can see, does Sparkler work, does, this or that work. And so one of the things I'm wondering too is whether or not there is a different mental model shift that we need to try and make about how anybody should be telling a story. Like whether or not it needs to be really, as short and as succinct and as whatever as we are saying, as we think it needs to be, or whether or not there's a different way to do that too. Because I have to say, when you said the word efficiency, my whole body reacted because we've been trying to push from the ready work to have it be more effective. Like what's the most effective may not be the most efficient in terms of thinking about and centering race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And that's what we've been working for and towards. So I'm wondering if we can say effectiveness instead of efficiency and think about how is it that we tell as an individual, we're a complex human being. I don't have one problem that I'm trying to solve at any one time. I got a million. And so how is it that we need somebody who can really help us be able to tell the story of who we are, how we are, and how authentic we want to be within the whole ready context too. And I love the whole idea of trying to figure out that together.
Thank you so much. We have a little bit more time on this agenda. If any other commissioner has any comments or feedback. I am so proud to be from San Francisco. I just now wanted to. My kids are just maybe way past. But I'm so proud. I'm so proud to be, as Commissioner said, from the Bay Area. Thank you so much for this work. I think the connecting the dots, as we just talked about, with the Choose Children campaign and the opportunities, not just in the Bay Area, but around the state, are tremendous. I actually think one slide, maybe a piece of this narrative and story, and I just have a question on this slide 4. It's your ROI analysis. And it's incredible, $18 million in research-backed programs. But what I found really powerful was for every dollar invested, and that 4.40 dollar was generated. I mean, that's awesome, Teresa.
Yeah, I just want to add, because I was thinking my brain was going to the same place, but I think there's 2 other things to point out. And that one is First Fives are fun. Even if things don't look identical, we are funding things in the same areas. Many of us, 3/4 of us, are doing Help Me Grow and early intervention initiatives. That is an area that can be evaluated and the story can be told across many First Fives. Many of us are funding family support, family resource centers, PPP, evidence-based practices within family resource centers. Now, many of us are funding CalAIM, CHWs, ECM, and have pilot projects or full-blown projects going related to that. Early care and education. Yes, there's a list of programs, but there are common areas that can be evaluated, that the story can be told. We can't do it the ground up that evaluation, but from a statewide, picking those areas and supporting the evaluation and the storytelling in those common areas would be incredibly powerful. And many of them are evidence-based practices that can be connected to dollars that you can attach a bottom line dollar amount to them. So we have, it's more than just mining reports. It's actually focusing on these common areas of practice and success.
I mean, when I look at this, I'm curious, what will these numbers be when CalAIM is fully leveraged? My guess is that will be a higher. I don't know if it goes to $5, but it will be higher, and that becomes very impactful for policymakers to see. I think you're probably, like, we as a collective are making great differences in the number of children that are reported for child welfare, making great differences in educational outcomes, making great differences in, the list goes on, and I think really driving to those outcomes, in addition to the collective programs and stories and outputs and people that we're serving, really begin to tell the story of what the 25-year impact is of California, where we go in the future. So this is wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have, I don't know why I'm thinking about lunch already. We have lunch in about an hour. There's two agenda items, public comment, as well as a consent agenda, and then our financial update. So before we do public comment, let's everyone just stretch your legs. And it's not raining right now, so if you haven't seen this incredible mural.
And you can't go out that door.
Yeah.
And you can't go out that door.
It flows everything on.
Okay, so don't do that now, do that at lunch, but it's really amazing. And then we will go into public comment and the consent agenda and then our finance report. Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
And is the temperature okay, or is it getting too cold in here with the door open? No, it's fine? Okay. Do we have a couple minutes?
A few minutes, okay, a minute.
Hello?
But it's. And then. Site based. They should. We should.
It doesn't have. Enough.
Thanksgiving.
but, you may speak on a non-agendized item or item related to not related to pending judicial, administrative litigation or personnel matters. No action by the state commission may be taken on this public comment. If you wish to use, if you wish to make a public comment, please sign in here or use your raise hand function. And, is it Lisa who is going to take, and Lisa will be, facilitating the public comment. Before I announce how much time people have, how many people want to make a public comment? Please raise your hand. Anyone in the Zoom room want to make public comment? Okay, that was easy. We have 3 minutes for public comment.
Oh, we got one.
Okay, great. You have 3 minutes for public comment.
Doug Major?
Hi, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Doug Major, San Luis SLO Lions Eyes. We just did a screening just down the street from you in beautiful Salinas Valley, San Aldo. I'd like to mention a report on that. We mentioned that before for Dr. Jasmine. Thank you so much for being here in this beautiful area, by the way. Again, my background, we've been providing eye classes for and eye exams for children and screening for First Five since the inception. I was involved with Prop 10 with Huffington and Rob Reiner. So I go way back about 100,000 cases that we've done in San Luis Obispo County. We went ahead and extended that up to Monterey County, and we'll give that report in a second. Here's the point. You know, this was all, First Five was begun because of brain research done to show how poor stimulation of the visual system gives lasting brain results and brain damage. And I don't know if you're aware, California, we are now rated worst in the nation for access to children's vision care. Worst in the nation. With the USC multi-ethnic pediatric eye disease study, they found that it's going to get worse, and that's what we're finding today. Just to report, we went down to beautiful San Ardo in August, and thank you. There was a representative from Monterey County there, so thank you so much. And we found out of 80 children, we referred 38 that had something called farsighted with astigmatism. Why is that important? Because these children had this condition that will be throughout their life, pretty much stabilized by age 3. So the point is, we'd ask for First Five to recognize that children's vision care is an issue, and we would love you to be a champion for vision care for our children. And thank you so much for being in our area, and best wishes for all the great programs that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member of the public wish to speak? As a matter of general public comment? Okay, seeing none, that item closes. I'm gonna go back to item 1 because I neglected to take public comment on that item. Any member of the public wish to have public comment on the reports that we heard at the beginning of the meeting? The chair report, the First Five executive director report, the First Five Association executive report, or the local First Five county presentation, First Five Association Bay Area region. Any public comment on those reports? Any public comment in the Zoom room?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll close item 1, public comment as well. And I'll move now on to the regular agenda. Protocol for action items include staff presentations, question from the state commission, public comment, deliberation, and voting by the state commission. There will be 3 minutes per person for public comment during that time, unless I have discretion to decide otherwise. We'll take the first item in the regular calendar, the consent agenda. Items on the consent calendar. Do we have a slide on?
Yes, sorry about that.
Items on the consent calendar typically include prior commission meeting minutes and ratification of contracts that were either previously approved by the commission or fall at or below the $150,000 threshold established by commission bylaws. Consent items are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the commissioner requests specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda item removed will be voted upon following a motion to approve the full consent agenda. As a reminder, regarding ratifications, the California Children and Families bylaws state the first 5 California and the chief deputy director have delegated authority from the commission to enter into or amend contracts of $150,000 or less that are deemed necessary and appropriate to carry out the provisions and purposes of the California Children and Families Act. For all contracts in excess of $150,000, after the commission has authorized expenditure for such contracts, the commission delegated the executive director and his or her designee the authority to award and enter into such contracts. Once executed, all agreements in excess of $5,000 must be ratified by the commission. So that's what this is all about. That's why we're doing all this. Please note that the consent agenda includes commission dates for our 2026 session, and we want to confirm that the dates work with commissioners' calendars. So in addition to contracts, it's the dates. Does any commissioner wish to pull an item on the consent agenda? And seeing none from Commissioner Hazen, I'll defer to Director Wong if you have any additional comments. Okay, and then I'll call for a motion. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you so much. I will ask Lisa, I need public comment. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Any in the Zoom room? Okay, terrific. Seeing none, we'll ask Lisa to call the roll.
Katie Albright,
Aye.
Shea Hazen.
Aye.
Amy Bernardino Bobby.
Aye.
Elsa Jimenez.
Aye.
Vivian Paz.
Aye.
Chris Terry.
Aye. How was that vote?
First one.
That was your first vote. Unanimous approval of the consent agenda. Thank you all so much. And now we'll move on to item number 4. I'd like to invite Commissioner Jimenez to provide an update on the Fiscal Advisory Committee and then ask the Fiscal Service Director, Marcia Thomas, to present the financial estimate.
Thank you. I hope everybody looks forward to Marcia's presentation on her update. We just wanted to share that Commissioner Fabi and I met with the staff, and we've hopefully helped to prepare a draft template for our budget. We've been hearing a lot from our community and some of you that it's really hard to kind of understand how we plan our annual expenses, how they get expended, and then how they tie back to the financial fund summary. And so hopefully today there's a draft budget that is before the commission for review and consideration that hopefully helps to categorize our expenses on a fiscal year basis as opposed to looking at our longer term financial plan update. So with that, I will hand it over to Marcia.
Morning, commissioners. Last time that we were together, we had our budget study session. We were fortunate to have Rod Williams from Capital Matrix join us and give us a deeper analysis around the Prop 10 revenue. And then we also went over the annual budget display, which we took your feedback and kind of incorporated into the draft that we have going. And I will share that in a little bit. So for this slide, we've successfully concluded year-end close, and right now staff are preparing the presentation materials for January's report out. Unfortunately, it wasn't ready for this commission meeting, so today it'll be pretty brief. But in January, we'll do the year-end closing and then hopefully provide updated revenue projections upon the release of the governor's budget. Right now, what we're showing is just the preliminary revenue as of June 30th. So it's missing, I believe, June and the quarter 4 CSET, and then maybe a quarter of interest. But for the most part, that's kind of where we were at June 30th. What we projected was 273 million. At closing, we're at 251. The variance is about 8%. Do I think that we're gonna get 22 million? It wasn't 22 million, but we'll get close. But right now, that's just kind of like the idea of where we were at closing. But again, in January, we'll share true numbers. I will say like interest, it's been relatively high like the past couple of years. We don't expect it to be that high. We usually project it fairly low, but it's come in pretty high. Yield rates have been the best that it's been in the past couple of years, so, but yeah, I think it ended up being pretty close to last year's. Any questions on this slide? No? Next slide. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
This is more of a technical question about interest because you raised it.
Yeah.
So like, where does the state put its money? Like, where is it earning interest?
So
In a bank account?
it earns interest on every one of the funds, right? So the state will take the money and then put it into the.
They'll invest it?
Yeah,
Yes.
schools investment fund.
Okay.
And then quarterly, you'll get the earnings. It goes out to all the funds that we have. But this one is just capturing the trust fund. It's not capturing all of our funds, the state administered fund. I'll share that in January, but this is specifically just the trust fund.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a comment, the variance in dollars is negative, not positive.
Right.
Yes.
But that's because you don't have all the data yet.
We don't, but we didn't collect the 22 million in the last, what do you call it, the last month of revenue in the CSAT. We didn't make that, but it was close. This is just, I pulled it from the budget study just to kind of revisit it. But monthly, these are our revenue sources. Monthly, we're getting the Proposition 10. We're pretty close to monthly. The CSAT comes in quarterly, and then we get the Proposition 56 backfill annually, so we usually get that about January or February. So those are the three primary revenue sources. Next slide. So my favorite slide, I say that every time, but I hesitate to take it out only because it does show the volatility. So I pulled it from the August commission meeting. I didn't update or anything. I just strictly using it to show the volatility and the revenue. And it's for various factors, right? It could be the flavor band, it could be consumer demand, it could be how many cigarette tax stamps they sell. We kind of talked about last time how March was pretty low. And as the revenue started to decline, and then in March, they took out the backfill, it'll be relatively low. But it kind of makes planning a little bit hard, right? Because we're used to getting about maybe approximately 3 million. And in a month like that, we would get 700,000. It's really important for us to have a fund balance. Yeah. So that was just showing the volatility. Not updated quite yet, but it will be in January. Next slide. And that's just showing where we're at today with the new year revenue. The only thing that we've gotten so far to date is the first 3 months of the Proposition 10. We should be getting the CSAT pretty soon. We haven't done it yet, but it's just July, September. So right now we've collected about 10.8, and then we're estimating about 49.4. Next slide. This is where we get to the draft, the budget. So I just want to thank the Fiscal and Audits Advisory Committee for continuing to work with us on the display. We made a few updates. We broke out the revenue section because it said revenue transfers and other adjustments. So we broke it out to match what's reflected on the fund condition summary. So we'll put the actuals as we collect them into that column, and you can see the 10.8 is in there. What else? We did the year-to-date percentage at the end, just to kind of show what we've spent so far. Let's see. All the data that's in the actual column, it's for up to September 30th. So it's just the first quarter of the year. We went back and forth in this column. I left one of them in there, but we went back and forth. When we encumber something, do we capture the encumbrance, or do we just capture what we've actually spent? When we're capturing an encumbrance, it's at the 100%. So it's the 83372. You see that was our placeholder, and then that's what we encumbered. but it's not really showing you what we've spent to date. So we decided, after talking to the advisory, we're just gonna capture the expenditure we've actually expended, not so much the encumbrances. And again, it's just capturing the first quarter. The first quarter is pretty late for us. We don't always have all our revenue rolled forward yet. So a lot of it's just operations, our salary, rent, it's the normal expenditures, the program expenditures won't be until October. So next quarter, when we present the same draft version with just updated numbers, you'll see a little bit more activity because it's capturing all the grant. And then, let's see.
This is great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you,
yeah,
the
I'm sorry.
committee.
I mentioned one thing, I'm sorry. So I also have in there, we have placeholders on the financial plan, so we have the Fatherhood Initiative and the Legislative Advocacy Services. So I just brought that over, so they're not improved and that's why they're in the color, but we did bring them over to the budget. And then this one is, we have the programs. I was trying to get it on one page. It was very small, so I couldn't read it. So I knew you wouldn't be able to read it either. So I broke it up. But this will be the program. So we have the SPCFA this year and the impact. And it's just gonna, next quarter, you'll see more expenditures in the actual column because we'll start paying those invoices. And I just want to bring attention to the fact that we are deficit spending. So when you get to the fund balance line, it's showing you that we're pulling 35 million from our fund balance to pay all the obligations in this term fiscal year. What else? Everything on here ties back to the fund condition summary. The fund condition summary will continue to be provided to commissioners. And this will map back to it. It's just isolating the fiscal year. So. But that was all I really had for the presentation. If anybody has any questions, comments, suggestions? Read Commissioner Perry.
This is because I'm new.
Yeah.
I don't know what the size of the fund balance is.
Oh. I was had on me.
I think there's an attachment. You can pull up the spending,
The fund condition.
the commission comments.
Before we leave this, real quick, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
On the operation expenses, we've already expended 63, like what goes in there?
Which one?
The operating expenses?
So it's like rent.
Okay,
it's
is
like,
it stuff we pay in advance?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It could be like, I don't know, like a Comcast.
Yeah.
Everyday, and it's not so much like the big contracts.
But it's stuff that you probably pay for the whole year.
Right.
Okay,
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
okay, thank you.
You want me to share the fund balance summary?
Yeah.
And I had two other questions.
Okay.
With the 21 million for the public education campaign and the 26 million for grants that didn't show any expenditures yet, are those over many years or are?
That's just for the current year. So
Right.
that annual budget is just isolating what we have a placeholder for this fiscal year.
Mhm.
We haven't spent anything as of September 30th.
Hmm.
So
We have an invoice.
Because we haven't been.
we haven't been invoiced for it. Yeah, so we haven't processed anything yet.
No.
But it should, like the next time that you see it in January, it should have actual expenditures, especially with the grants, I think their quarter ends September 30th, and so it opens up
Mhm.
mid-October, correctly.
So for example, SPCA and Legacy, we just approved that on consent, so, we'll start opening up billing, and then that will be captured with the next quarter. Yes.
Yeah, it's like bottom of the fund commission.
Zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, it's not read it, really finance. So that's,
Oh.
okay.
Try again.
There we go. So those are our fund balances. We haven't updated the financial plan. It'll be updated in January when we provide the year-end closing. But as of right now, it's 118 for 24-25, and then at the end of this fiscal year, 25-26, we would end at 82. Yeah,
And that 35 million you showed that you're pulling
from the fund balance. So
is,
if we went back to the budget summary, we're showing that we're expecting to get like, it was with interest and like reimbursements and stuff like that, I think it was like 50 million. And then we're spending like 87.
So will you present at the next meeting how the fund balance, how, with the deficit spending problem, how you're going to avoid overspending?
Yeah, we can.
There probably is a better way of asking.
No.
Show that.
Yeah, that's a great comment, Commissioner Perry, but, and when I think you were here, when we discussed that there was some intentional spending down of the. And so, but we did not realize that our revenues would decline so fast, so I think that's a fair conversation about what that means. I know that we've had to reduce, that's why we said up to like X amount of dollars in impact, so we had to adjust our impact drafts, we reduced by 10% and so on and so forth. So there are adjustments, but happy to talk about the strategies that we've been thinking about. I know the counties don't always love it when we do that, or haven't, and so that's,
If you don't have it, you can't spend.
over time.
Yeah.
And I think too, if I may chime in, I think that's something for us to also take into consideration when we look at when we're presented multi-year agreements and, with many, many zeros, it's, can we really approve a multi-year plan for expenditure? What does that do to our bottom line for the various buckets? So something for us to consider going forward, that we may not have the luxury of approving a 3-year plan. It might have to be on a year-to-year basis. You weren't here, but our admin account was actually moving very much in the wrong direction. And so the staff have really worked on, looking at our administrative budget and our expenses and determining whether or not it made more sense for them to be moved to this other specific areas. And so that has helped us to right-size our administrative expenses and not fall off the cliff, so to say, sooner than later.
Wow.
Commissioner Hazen?
Yeah, and I think along the lines of really understanding the long-term implications of multi-year investments, I know my hope is this new green light tool that we're using to inform votes on future investments. My hope is that can help us have those conversations and a better understanding, because I believe one of the questions is what are both, I think, the short-term and long-term financial impacts of the investment.
Thank you, good point, and thanks for your work on the green light. Other questions, comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, any comments from the public? None in the room, any online?
No.
Okay, thank you. This item closes. Thank you so much, Director Thomas, for your report and your work. Appreciate it. We're gonna go out of order on our agenda and take item number 7, which is that right? Item
Yes.
number 7, leveraging statewide media strategies to advance first 5 California strategic goals. I'd like to invite Mr. Bobby, the Chair of Public Education and Outreach Advisory Committee, and Renee Frazier from Frazier Communications to present on this item. And after that, we will have lunch.
Wonderful. Is anybody
Well,
gonna?
so it's okay, but
No formal introduction, that's it, that's great.
No, so I will-
That's
You're
what I
welcome.
thought.
Thank you so much.
We're all ready. So on behalf of the Public Education and Outreach Advisory Committee, I'm excited to have the opportunity to introduce our next item and welcome our guest speaker. Given that we have adopted a new strategic plan that emphasizes First 5 California's role as a broadcaster, we thought it would be a great time to revisit why we invest in media and the way that we do, how we can leverage statewide media strategies to advance First 5 California's strategic goal. So next slide, slide 2. All right. First 5 California's role as a public broadcaster is established under Proposition 10, which earmarks 30% of the agency's funding to educate parents in the community on child health and development. Since its inception, the statute has recognized the importance of engaging and educating the public about the importance of early childhood issues and helping families navigate the complex web of resources available to them. So next slide 3. So this is the language from Prop 10 statute that directs us to prioritize mass media communications. Everybody got that? Slide 4. So as you know, we adopted a new strategic plan in April of this year. This slide is an at-glance visual of our strategic foundations, roles, and strategies. One of the 4 important roles we play is broadcaster, broadcasting information and resources to enable families, caregivers, and educators to meet the needs of children prenatal to age 5. So next slide. So strategy 2 of our strategic plan leans into this role of broadcaster to build public awareness of access to resources that mitigate ACEs and their negative impacts and promote healthy child development. So in order to understand the why and how of this work, today's presentation will talk us through what media is, the changing media landscape, the importance of each of reach and frequency, why media matters, and the power of media. So next slide, please. And with that, I'd love to turn it over to our guest speaker, Dr. Renee Fraser, CEO and founder of Fraser Communications. Dr. Fraser is a familiar name to First Five family, as First Five California partnered with Fraser Communications on the incredible success Talk, Read, Sing campaign. Renee started Fraser in 1998, coincidentally the same year voters passed Prop 10, with the goal of creating a boutique agency where senior talent tackles tough client and social issues armed with psychological insights gleaned from actionable research. And Dr. Fraser can talk more.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate it. Thank you all. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm gonna make it. It's not the optimal position to be in.
We're good, we're
Yeah.
good.
But I also welcome questions, and I'll be Shayla, my vice president's here as well. We're happy to answer questions even during lunch. I think that may be easier so that we don't hold ourselves up too long. And I also wanted to say thank you for the reception last night. It was lovely to be able to be there, and thank you so much, Francine and the team. It was a really wonderful evening. I learned a lot from Rancho Cielo. So I am going to be talking about the power of media in advancing the mission. And I'm really going to be talking about a unified voice. I want to talk about what media stands for, and I'll go to the next slide, which is just a description of what, when we talk about media, it really is multiple things. It's shared and owned media, your website, your newsletters, all of that material, and you own it and you share it. And of course, social media sometimes plays into that because it's organic, and then we have the ones that we pay for, right? The other thing is earned media, really important, and this is the work you do with the press, advocacy work, visibility, and it has a halo effect over the brand. It has an important role to play. It works very closely with paid media. And my firm generally does paid media, but we create strategies, as Talk, Read, Sing was, around a broader issue and how to use all of these. I have to say that we've been doing this, as you pointed out, for a long time. And we've done statewide campaigns about opioids, about vaping, statewide campaigns. We're now doing for Cal EITC, reaching the audiences that we've been talking about. And by the way, this has been a really informative session. I truly appreciate what I've heard about what's happening. We took a lot of notes and didn't carry those back. These are the types of media that we use. Let's go to the next slide. I wanted to make sure everybody knew that behind the scenes, when you do this kind of media work, there's all these resources, strategy development, developing an understanding of who the customers are, particularly in culturally relevant ways. We do most of our campaigns in 16 different languages and make them as relevant to people as possible, just as each of the local First Fives does. Very important way. And these are all the components. We'll go on to the next page. I want to talk about one specific example as will highlight the work that's being done by you folks and something that's in parallel, which is called Bright Life Kids. But when I think about First Five, I think about these 6 roles. You really are an educator, a connector, an amplifier, a unifier, an innovator, as we heard today, and a motivator. And this is all the mix that goes into media. I understand this idea of being a broadcaster because that's what media is, but frankly, that's just the device. What you're saying to people is really what's important. And when we talk to people, First Five has a very cherished place in people's hearts. They remember that kit they get. They see that messaging. They see First Five at some of the CBOs they go to, programs that you're funding. So there's a sense of commitment, engagement, genuine, authentic caring. I don't think they even realize the advocacy work and the other work that's being done, right? And kudos to you. But I will say this, we're seeing, and we do a lot of research with parents. It's pretty much about what's in it for me. What am I going to get? What am I going to learn? And we've done some recent research with parents, and they all want counsel and advice. They want to know what resources, but they also want guidance. They want help, and they trust First Five to provide that help. We'll go to the next slide. One of the reasons we're doing a lot of this research is because we have an assignment across the state called Bright Light Kids, and I'll talk with you about it because it's part of the governor's program on Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Media is changing. This probably is no surprise. I always like to start with the science when I do this. That's that PhD in teaching and training. As you all know, media has really changed. People have moved from many traditional channels. We're glad the local community papers are surviving, but the big papers are having trouble, as you all know. And people are moving to digital. Only about 50% of people say they even have trust in news sources. And overriding factor that we're experiencing is skepticism, cynicism. I'm glad to see the First Five really isn't falling into that category. There's a trust factor, but many other government entities, and for good reason these days, because of all the change that we're seeing. So we know that we have to be where people are and the kind of media that they trust. We'll go to the next slide. We also watch the frequency, because when you build a media campaign, there is science to it. We want to reach the people. We want to reach them where they are, in their homes, in the places where they live, and where it's relevant to them. But we also have to make sure that it reaches them on more than a one-time basis. I'm sure if you think about your own life and you think of when you're going to choose something to buy or purchase, you're thinking about, why do I see an ad on digital, and then I see an outdoor, and then I get a direct mail piece, and then I hear something on the radio? Well, that's what we call frequency. It used to be 3 times. Now it's 14, 11 to 14 times before it sinks in. Part of that's because of the plethora of messages. It used to be about 2,500 a day. Now it's 4,000. Think about it. You drive, you pick up your phone, you scan it, search, has some ads in it. So we're seeing so many messages. There's a real science to how do we break through and how do we make it relevant to people. And there's a need for that messaging. We'll go to the next slide. This is the program that I wanted to talk about, which is the part of the Cattle Hope program. I mentioned it's CYBHI. We all love acronyms, right? It's the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative that's fostered by Governor Newsom. Multi-channel, multi-billion dollars, a very effective program. And the purpose of this program is to get behavioral health. I was so happy to hear so many behavioral health programs. This is all virtual. And the world is moving that way, right? This is all virtual to get people free behavioral health, and we do the media messaging for it. So as I talk about media, I'm just going to use it for examples, so you get to see the way media plays out in people's lives. We'll go to the next slide. It's free behavioral coaching for families, 3 weeks, 6 weeks. It's 0 to 12, and then they have a program for 13 to 25-year-olds. Here are the things that media does now that we've gone through the science. Informs, educate. Very important, it ensures equitable access, that people get access to information, builds trust, simplifies information, amplifies the impact, and it keeps the issues top of mind. Let's look at how each of these plays out in media, because it is complex. And in the case of Bright Light Kids, our messaging was all the tools for all the fields. So the first role, it started in January 24. People never heard of it before. It's part of a program called Cattle Hope that's part of this governor's initiative that I mentioned. And it informs, it educates. We'll go to the next slide. Sorry, I'm trying to move through this very quickly, and I think the slides are a little bit of a delay, but thank you. So all the tools for all the fields. We wanted to talk in the language of moms and dads, right? This is reaching parents from 0 to 12. Interestingly enough, we don't get as many interests from 0 to 5. The core area is 6 to 11, 6 to 13, which is interesting. I think there's an alignment here with First Five on the funding side that has to be considered. Because the governor is very interested in early intervention and helping families, particularly with children, obviously 0 to 5 are sweet spot for what all the work that you do at First Five. So informs and educates. As I mentioned to you a moment ago, when we talk to parents, which we do on a regular basis through social media and listening, they are asking for advice. Interesting, a lot of them are saying, I don't want to make the mistakes my parents made. So we give them that information through media. What used to be a media that tells you to go to a website now is giving you the answers that you need and a place where you can go. And as you can see, we focus on issues that are really germane to people like tantrums, et cetera. We'll go to the next page. The other thing that the media needs to do is it has to be able to ensure equitable access. Just putting a billboard out doesn't mean everybody's going to see it. Sending a digital ad, all that science that I mentioned at the beginning is really critical. How do we send the ad to people? How often do they see it? Where do they see it? And in the case of the First Five messaging, you folks know that at the local level, right? It has to be very much communicated in a way that resonates and in a medium that they trust. We see that also at the statewide level and can take advantage of negotiations, get a lot of added value by making sure that message is gone throughout the state to the right people at the right time. And we do it, as we mentioned, in multiple languages. There's also a lot of research that goes into making that messaging as relevant as possible. We'll go to number 3, because I think when you see the work that you've been doing, I understand all the different kinds of programs and how you want to make sure audiences are familiar with them. At an overarching level, you want them to know that First Five is providing them resources, and we simplify the information. We use one of your ACEs executions, complicated concept, toxic stress, right? Adverse experience, frankly, even the name is a difficult one, right? So how do we make this believable and relevant to people? Through storytelling, through informational graphics. So media turns complex subjects into something that's digestible. And kudos to the work you've done on ACEs. It's an important revelation to families to know that, oh, wait a minute, I'm setting my child up for problems. I have to intervene. I have to understand what I can do, like the lion's breath, et cetera. We'll go to the next slide. Media also plays a role in terms of the amplification of the impact. Just buying media is only one component. Telling that story through a news source, through a panel, we have Jorge here on a panel strengthening California's childcare. It works alongside outreach, and I cannot underplay local events, right? Being able to go up to, we have the First Five Express, you now have that, I think is another way of getting to people, to visit them at health fairs, at parks, being in the community, and having that eye contact, that one-to-one. Just so you know, with Bright Light Kids, there's a whole activity level as well, and what we call activations in the community. The other thing that we'll talk about is amplifying the impact through trusted voices. We'll go to the next slide. And that's all about media. When we talk about it, it's keeping people informed in ways that are where they are, meeting them where they are. This is one of our favorite executions that we did. We had posters up in doctors' offices, and then we created examining table paper the kids could color. We gave them crayons, and it was talk, read, sing. So it was a way to, while you're in the waiting room and you're waiting for the doctors, as we often do, you could keep the child occupied and you could tell them a story, you could color it in. So it was a way to put media in everyday life. I think most of us think of it as traditional media, but we're in grocery carts and, when you go into the grocery store, messaging for healthy eating, all kinds of ways where media isn't an external, it's just a part of your environment. It's a way of staying informed. We got a number 6. And I'm close to the end because I know everybody's getting hungry. Multi-channel touch points. Remember how I talked about that frequency of 11 to 14? You've really got to see it more than one time. Here's somebody waking up in the morning. She gets a message on her phone. She takes the bus and sees it at the shelter. She may hear it on the radio, read it in the news. This is one of the events she might be attending. And of course, seeing it later night at television and of course on YouTube. So multiple touch points surrounding people, but being where they spend their time and where they're ready to absorb information that's culturally relevant. The other thing we found is that skepticism, we'll go to the next slide, that I talked about, and the fact that First Five has a very strong brand and is a trusted source for people for guidance. You want to build that trust through trusted voices in organizations. And I know that we're doing that at a local level with the community-based organizations that you're working and with the electeds, which is really important. But to the average person, who's a trusted source? Might be their teacher, might be a friend, might be an influencer. In the case of Bright Life Kids, we have a whole program to educate teachers and psychologists. So they are the gatekeepers, right? We want them to be familiar. That's another role media plays. But in addition, you want there to be people that they feel they can relate to. So in the case of what you're doing, it's influencers, people in the community. When we handled First Five, we used the Super Mamas, 2 Latina women. They now have 1 million followers across platforms.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing. They're wonderful women. The 2 women, one of them on her own decided to use Bright Life Kids. So we integrated into the podcast. And she's talked about her experience. I'm going to share the experience because I think it's interesting. I know that that's sparked her, right? As part of signing up for Bright Life Kids, you have to answer a questionnaire. We got 5,794,000 people to go to the website. We launched it in January of 2024 till now. Of that, 282,000 have signed up, but they went to the website to look for resources. She did it as well, and she had her 9-year-old daughter. When you do the interview, you do it with a trained coach. And one of the questions is, have you ever thought about hurting yourself? Now the mom, why is she asking me that question? My 9-year-old. And the little girl answered right away, yeah, well, I haven't, but my girlfriend, my friend in the bathroom. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a common phenomenon. And it was sad for her to learn, but then she talked about it openly in the podcast, that she needed to open the dialogue. And the reason I bring that up is I think podcasting is such a new way of creating a connection with people, and that's a media form as well. It's more on the earned media side, you don't necessarily pay for it, but it's an important way to surround people with the messaging and use trusted influencers. This is a video that we did for First Five. Tony Hecker, who's a well-known kicker, gave 5 tips to dads about what to do with your children and how to reach them, how to speak, how to talk to them, and how uncomfortable he was. You know, when the baby was little, but things that he could talk, he even talked about football and the coaches. As we all know, it's hearing the words. You don't have to really be educating them, right? It's just the talking and the reading and the singing. And it's important for dads. I know you have your own dad initiative, which is great. But the influencers are a way to do that, especially on the sports influencer side. Shay is our developer, director of talent. She manages a lot of these sports stars for us, and they're wonderful when they tell their stories. We'll go to the next slide. I'm almost done. On the next slide, we're going to talk about some of the other influencers that have been used. And these are people that are well known in the community. We have the mamas, if you will, and collaboration with Cal Hope. And then what we've also done that I'd encourage you folks to think about is bring your subject matter experts that are within your organization to the fore. Let them tell their stories. You know, now it's just a video like this with your phone. You don't have to have a fancy production, right? But we do Brando and other coaches who talk about the experiences they have. That makes it relatable to people. Who am I going to talk to? What are these training coaches? What are they like? Well, rather than we don't have the opportunity for them to meet them, they're actually spread around the United States and get them at any time you want. It's at your schedule. But we bring them alive in social media, where they get to find them on TikTok and various media forms telling their stories. So the effective use of influencers is part of media. It's another way to get the message out. We'll go to the next slide as well. This is one example of maybe 25 different influencers that we've used. And then I'm going to summarize. What does it mean? I've heard that word impact a lot, right? How do we express what First Five does? Very important challenge. Well, this is from the CHIS survey done in 2019 and 20. I commend you all because the Talk to Read Sing campaign achieved 87% awareness. That's a number the state would respect. It's the highest ranking social campaign in the United States, awareness campaign. And 75% of parents said it actually told them and reported talking, reading, and singing more to their children. Back then, 250,000 social media followers and about 500,000 free resources. I told you today we've got almost 6 million people for less money to sign up with First Five, Bright Life Kids. So media is a very powerful tool to connect with people, to feel like you're trusting, getting information from them. And as a result, you have a true impact. I'm going to end with this slide, just thanking all of you This slide is really a commendation to all of you for what you've been able to accomplish. The next slide, yeah. Well, about because we see the impact of First Five in the work we do with Bright Light Kids. And in our focus groups with moms, and dads, we have talked about First Five. We let it emerge, but what started more than 25 years ago with Prop 10 is still making an impact today. And we heard about it today, but I want you to know others of us are hearing it as well outside of the family of First Five. You're reaching parents, inspiring daily habits, helping children thrive, and each of you has helped make that happen and made that a priority. Thank you. That's my presentation on media. I'm happy to answer questions, but I know we also have lunch, so.
Yes, questions, feedback, comments, any of the commissioners? Yes.
So how, I guess one of the things that I'm thinking about, you know, I mean, after hearing all the work that we're doing, the local First Fives are doing, it's like how, I'm just looking, how can we partner on our on our media to, to support what they're doing, you know, so it's, I mean, because they have all their different connections and everything. I mean, this is a resource that we have. How is it that we can amplify what's happening on the local level?
It's a good question. There's a good question. There are several ways that could happen, Commissioner Bobby. I think one way would be to use social media, your platform, to tell their stories, to solicit stories. And I would do just the phone. Video is by all means better than static. And you know, shorter is better, 6 seconds to 10 seconds, not a 30-second even thing. But you could edit those and tell stories at the local level via your social channel, which I think would be a wonderful way to do it. It shows that you're a unified program, right? That you're all part of First Five. And that would be one way to illustrate it. The other would be on the website, here to be able to highlight it. In some cases, when we develop websites, we have I don't want to call it a star, but we have a highlight or a showcase where a program is showcased right up the top. So a program from a local First Five is featured on the website so people can see it. It creates a unification. And then what you want is the local to promote it. Look for us on the website. So it's a way of creating synergy between the two of them. So I think there are several different ways that we could talk about, but I would definitely start with that. I think featuring the work that's being done is so impressive. Candidly, this idea of Sparkler maybe should be something that's brought forward. I'm going to be sharing that with Bright Light Kids and suggest that they bring that to the fore on their website. As a taxpayer, you wonder, why isn't there more collaboration? You know, why isn't there more opportunity for sharing? And I think that's where you get the word efficiency too. It's right, we're sharing it as opposed to cutting down on certain things. But I do think there are opportunities for partnering like that with the local level with some of these other organizations. This initiative by the governor is certainly related to what First Five is doing. And I'd encourage you to find a way to be more visible. What we're doing it under the umbrella of Cal Hope, and I think there are some opportunities there to both highlight the local as well as to look at the overarching unified voice from First Five. Yeah. But featuring the work is really good, is an important way to do that. And other
questions, comments? Yes.
What are your thoughts on how effective like TV ads would be featuring some of the county commission's work? So I'm thinking about like in Fresno, they highlight teachers from the community and it's like a quick spiel on what they're doing so that other teachers can get ideas. Also informing our policy, anyone watching really what we're doing on the county level. So
I think that's a very valuable way, you know. Television is interesting. About half people are not watching traditional television any longer. But you probably know we can run ads on Hulu and Amazon, et cetera. And it can be geo-targeted to an area. So I do think, but I'm, you know, again, it's really out of my realm, but sometimes you take a portion of the media budget and you say, let's do that and highlight what's going to be relevant. The other thing is in each of those markets, there's a community affairs show, which is it's a free opportunity, gets visibility, be a great way to increase visibility for the work that's being done by the commission. I would just encourage you to make it not high level, but really impactful. You know what I mean? And in our experience, having a parent talk about it is, you know, have a director, an AD, but also have a real story to be told, right? And the storytelling is really important part of it. But definitely a way to get into that local community. Yeah.
Thank you. Any, Commissioner Hazen, any?
Oh, sorry, Shayna.
No.
Excuse me, Commissioner Hazen, sorry.
I have a question in terms of the efficacy of Talk Read Sing. From your perspective, you talked on a couple of different things. What made that so powerful?
Good question and a complicated answer. First of all, I think it was a positive asset-based program. Instead of saying you have a problem, and unfortunately toxic stress that goes in that direction. It started from a positive premise. We also, you know, it's I teach at USC and I use that example, the way we developed it. We had all these scientific ways. I still have the storyboards. A split screen, a baby, you know, being talked to, and then another baby not being talked to. And the one not being talked to, you could see goes to sleep and you can see diminishment. And we say scientifically, people said that's a science lesson. What are you talking about? But then we tried, well, your brain 90% is developed at the age of 5 and the sun, and you should talk, read, and sing. Bill, we heard, just tell me what to do. So I think it was a simple message. The fact that we brought music to it was really important. Talk, read, sing, it got in people's heads. People even sent us videos of them doing karaoke in their cars, singing a song. So it was easily graspable, easily doable, which was important. And then the techniques we used, like the animated birds.
Yeah.
That was a deliberate attempt to get the other siblings in the household. You know, we recently had an oral health campaign, and Dr. Ferrer, the head of the county public health, she wanted a dentist and a parent. Nobody wanted to say anything. I finally said, look, we did research. When we showed we did animation. When we showed the animation, the parents loved it. She said, well, that's just for children. Parents like it too. There's an animated tooth and a toothbrush and a tooth fairy. So animation really works to engage. It also moves you away from having racial stereotypes or other issues. The birds really get it as a way to talk about it. And then the last thing I'll say, it was a fully integrated. It was in the Express. We made puppets of the characters. We created a storybook. So when you have a campaign like that that's positive, that has a psychological effect of being memorable because of the music, you want to make sure you carry it through and you don't just drop it after a year. You stick with it as you folks did. So there's a good science to why it worked, but there's also a lot of luck and magic when you have those kinds of campaigns. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, I'll be around for questions.
There may be some public comment. Let's just see. Okay, there's some public comment. How many members of the public are interested in speaking? Please raise your hand.
Oh, great.
Anyone online?
We have one.
One. Okay, 3 minutes for public comment, and there may or may not be a question.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. My name is Wendy Wen. I'm the Executive Director for First 5 San Luis Obispo County. And I just want to thank you from San Luis Obispo County, First 5, for that Talk, Read, Sing campaign. It was everything you said is what I was whispering in the back to my colleagues. It was positive, it was asset-based, it reached both families and children, which was really powerful. We still use it. That is still our go-to local campaign for First 5. So I wanted to thank you in public. I also wanted to say that I think it's really important, we all know this, that families across California know First 5. They don't know First 5 county by county. They don't know First 5 California. They know First 5, that logo. And so I can't remember which commissioner made the point that we really need to always integrate efforts. When the Express comes to town, make sure our local community, our communications staff know that it's coming to town so that we can reinforce statewide messaging and vice versa. So thank you so much for making the presentation. And I just encourage us to always be, I know I'm getting there. I always encourage us to stay aligned with each other from the counties to the state and back to the county. So thank you. I will write my name down.
Thank you so much.
Comment. Karen Potts.
Hello, I'm Karen Potts from First 5 Siskiyou Children and Families Commission, the Executive Director. I echo Wendy's sentiments and have a quick fun story. My mom, who had dementia, always needed to be reminded where I work. And then I'd say, remember, talk, read, sing, play. And then she would smile and say, yes, First 5. So even an old elderly person with dementia, not remembered talk, read, who was an educator, remembered talk, read, sing. With that, I think talk, read, sing worked because at the core of it, there was direct connection and collaboration with local First Five commissions as well. I appreciate the presentation about the California Bright Light for Kids, and I would like to make a recommendation. To maximize its impact and long-term sustainability, the California Bright Light for Kids initiative can benefit greatly from aligning with existing local efforts, particularly by partnering with the most trusted local influencers, First Five commissions. By integrating into the trusted community-rooted systems already in place, Bright Life for Kids can build on established relationships, avoid duplication, and amplify its reach. Rather than operating as a standalone model, embedding within the First Five local commissions collaborative frameworks offers a powerful opportunity to enhance outcomes, foster local ownership, and ensure relevance across diverse communities. So please, if you could help them link to us, specifically the First Five commissions. There's a lot that's happening locally across our state that has similar outcomes to what Bright Life is doing. And I think by integrating their efforts with us, we only will be stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
They have dropped off.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our, this was item number 7. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work on the report. We are now adjourned for lunch. And if we come back at 1:05, that was great. Thanks, everybody. Okay, I just wanna. Thank you so much for the amazing lunch. Wow, that was delicious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are gonna have all of our meetings down in Monterey. Yay, I feel host.
Well, anyway, as you need a little extra for the road.
Not that I love driving to something. Terrific. We're now on item 5 on our agenda, the state federal advocacy services. Here, I'll put that just to bring it back. Before inviting Jorge de la Cruz, the First Five Deputy Director of External Affairs, to present on this, I'd like to invite Commissioner Vivian Paz to share a brief update about the Public Policy Advisory Committee.
All right. Good afternoon, and just wanted to share that Sheriff Albright and I met with staff here a couple of weeks ago, a couple of times, and wanted to share some of the things that are going on in our committees. And I think our executive director shared that there's been some key accomplishments in the legislative realm over the last several months that we wanted to share with you. And the work that they're doing with staff is always aligned with our North Star and our Dacious goal. We're advancing robust advocacy agenda grounded in equity, family stability, child well-being, and early learning. I'm proud to share the 8 bills championed and supported by First Five California this year and sent to the governor's desk that were signed into law by Governor Newsom. These bills include AB 55, Bonta streamlining alternative birth center regulations, AB 945, Rodriguez creating family preparedness plans related to immigration enforcement and allowing parents to designate who takes care of their child if they were to be arrested and detained by immigration enforcement. AB 607 Rodriguez extending CalWorks home visiting services. AB 1261 Bonta ensuring legal counsel for unaccompanied immigrant children. SB 98 Perez strengthening enforcement requirements on immigration enforcement. SB 669 McGuire expanding perinatal medical services in rural hospitals. SB 778 Limon, improving immigrant family access to childcare, and SB 792 Arilin, broadening income eligibility for childcare assistance. These legislative achievements reflect a strong collaboration among First Five California, local county commissions, statewide partners, and advocates. We are proud of the partnerships that made these advancements possible. Beyond these legislative wins, the External and Governmental Affairs team maintained a strong presence across California and Washington, D.C. Through strategic communication, testimony in key hearings, and direct engagement with legislative leadership, the team kept the needs of families at the forefront. The Children First Initiative also continued to gain statewide media attention, elevating the voices of children and families we serve. These efforts demonstrate the importance of the key item before us today. To sustain the momentum, especially in challenging policy and the fiscal environment, First Five California must continue partnering with expert advocacy firms at both the state and federal levels. Due to today's tight agenda, the Deputy Director of External and Governmental Affairs, Jorge de la Cruz, will not be providing a full external and governmental affairs presentation. Instead, he'll focus on presenting the action item before us. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Jorge.
Thanks so much. And before you jump in, there will be a request for action at this. So I always listen differently when I know I have to vote on something. So please, you have our full attention. Thank you.
Thank you again. Before I begin, I want to give two pieces of breaking news. One is that we are happy to announce the 2026 save date, 2026 for our First Five California Summit, which is going to take place August 31st to September 2nd in Anaheim. And that is all the details that we have right now. More to come, promise, but just to save the date. And then also, if you are in town in December 4th in Sacramento, Dr. Wong, do you want to give a little more context on?
We are co-hosting a Baking Them Bubbles reception with CCRC, Ising Simons, and Dal EE. For those of you who will be attending, the California School Board Association, we thought it was important to kind of elevate the conversation around the universal preschool and developmental needs. The school board members to actually make the decisions on what that looks like in UTK. So more of a casual setting in partnership with those organizations, but all are welcome. 5:30 p.m. at the Center Building.
That's right. Thank you. So, okay, with that said, here we go. So this is the state and federal advocacy action item. Next slide. First Five California staff recommend the commission approve up to $1.3 million over 3 years for state and federal advocacy services to continue advancing First Five California's mission and building on recent public policy successes for California children prenatal to age 5. And I'm gonna go over the Green Line framework that we've all agreed when presenting an ask. What will we do? First Five California will release and manage 2 competitive RFP processes, one for state level advocacy and one for federal level advocacy, to secure expert partners who will help advance First Five California's policy priorities and provide strategic representation in the legislative and military arenas. Who is the targeted population? Children prenatal to age 5 and their families. We're always keeping them in mind. So even though there's RFPs for policy, we're doing it for children and their families with a specific focus on those experiencing poverty, systemic inequities, or barriers to access in early learning, health, and family stability. What location will funding be used? This is a statewide investment with advocacy efforts that also engage federal partners from Washington, D.C., ensuring alignment between state and national policies that affect California's young children. And like we mentioned this entire year, right now, especially right now, it's impossible to properly advocate for Californian children without being in the federal conversation and in the room, at least. That we would properly inform everything that we're doing. How will children and families be better off? Through informed and coordinated advocacy, this work will protect and expand funding for early childhood programs strengthen family economic support, and influence legislation that aligns with First Five California's North Star and Audacious goal. How will it advance equity? The advocacy strategy explicitly centers equity and inclusion, ensuring policy solutions address the disproportionate impacts of poverty, racism, and systemic barriers faced by children and families of color, immigrant and mixed status families, and those in undeserved regions. What are the short-term goals and desired long-term outcomes? Short-term goals for this investment would be to safeguard recent policy wins, counter potential budget cuts, and reinforce First Five California's role as a thought leader and advocate for children ages 0 to 5. The long-term outcomes would be to institutionalize equitable policies that improve systems of care, learning, and family support. This effort aims to advance First Five California's North Star and audacious goal to ensure that every child in California. How is it aligned with the strategic plan? This effort aligns with Strategy 1 of First Five California's 2025 strategic plan, which, by the way, we have copies of. If you guys want to check that out. It builds on First Five California's role as an advocate and connects to all of the field indicators, including experience of ACEs, healthy child development, early childhood education, and childhood poverty. First Five California has a unique voice in the 0 to 5 space in California because it addresses multiple complex issues impacting young children and their families. Essentially, this effort allows First Five California to continue doing more, lean in harder, and have a greater positive impact on the health, mental health, education, and economic security of young children and their families. Additionally, it's supportive of First Five California's broader roles as a broadcaster, advocate, catalyst, and convener. What similar initiatives or programs already exist in California, and why is additional work needed in this area? What are the implications of not approving this investment? While multiple agencies engage in child advocacy, First Five California's unique statutory mandate and 0 to 5 expertise makes its policy voice distinct and essential. Without continued advocacy funding, First Five California risks losing momentum, diminishing its influence, and missing opportunities to shape legislative and fiscal decisions that directly affect early childhood adulthood. Are there opportunities to leverage other funding programs and/or resources? Yes, the selected advocacy partners will coordinate with the network, so with First Five Association, local First Five County Commission, and coalition partners to maximize resources, amplify any aligned policy efforts, and leverage state and philanthropic initiatives that benefit children and families. And I'm happy to get into that a little bit down in the presentation, because this past year has allowed us to identify not only what worked, but also opportunities to increase through this effort as well. With whom are we partnering? Who has been involved in the development of this proposal? This proposal was developed by First Five California's External and Governmental Affairs Office with input from the executive team and existing advocacy partners. Future partnerships will be determined through open competitive procurement. Is this expenditure included within the approved budget? Yes. Marcia, thank you. Funding would be drawn from the unallocated account as an approved investment consistent with First Five California's statutory and strategic priorities. Last but not least, what is the short-term and long-term fiscal impact? Short-term, up to $500,000 in the first year for state and federal advocacy services. And long-term, up to $1.3 million over 3 years for both state and federal advocacy. Next, we just have a reiteration of our North Star Innovations goal, which guides every single advocacy decision that we have been doing and will continue to do. That's this past year's North Star policy agenda that we've been talking about this whole year. And again, we were so happy that aligning with the North Star Audacious goal and sticking to our policy agenda led to the success of being able to properly advocate for bills in the way that we weren't just, writing support, we were actually there and making sure we were focused in the policies that were gonna benefit children statewide. So just wanted to mention that briefly. Oh, and we're now working, by the way, in the early stages of developing the legislative agenda for next year. So in January, we will have a more detailed, structured agenda of what we're gonna look at 2026 for the session. What does our advocacy work consist of? Our advocacy work consists of active strategic engagement at both the state and federal levels to advance policies that promote safe, stable, and nurturing environments for children from prenatal to age 5. This includes sponsoring and supporting key legislation, testifying in hearings, drafting policy and budget letters, collaborating with lawmakers, and partnering with advocates to influence decisions that improve children's health, education, and family stability. Why are our advocacy efforts, that's a tongue twister, important for children and families? Oh, Barbara. Our advocacy efforts are crucial because they ensure that policies, funding, and systems are designed to provide every child with a safe, stable, and nurturing start in life. By influencing legislation and protecting critical programs such as healthcare, childcare, and family support services, we help reduce trauma, strengthen family stability, and create equitable opportunities for all of California's young children to thrive. So just, that was a quick summary in a nutshell of what our advocacy looks like. As it pertains to state advocacy, First Five California successfully supports key legislation. First Five California tracked all bills and budget items during the 2025 session tied to our legislative agenda. And as we mentioned already multiple times, 8 pieces of legislation that we were key supporters in were signed into law by Governor Newsom. These are just a couple visuals for you to see the bills. These images are also found on our platforms like LinkedIn and X. Just a quick summary. And then I won't get too much into that because we got to get to this. Is just showcasing what we've done. And taking a look back at the work that has been done with this current investment, and what we're asking for more is going back to 2024 pre-COVID. So Alex, shout outs to you. During the 2024-2025 sessions, First Five California supported key legislation that passed in 2024, simplifying and streamlining paid family leave and disability insurance compensation. So SB 1090 and AB 2123 secured funding under the 2024 Budget Act to expand the state's subsidized childcare system, adding 200,000 slots for children. I know the fight's still going, but that was then participated in special session hearings in 2025, successfully garnering allocations for legal action to protect California programs from negative federal impacts and legal support to immigrant children and families. We successfully secured also $1 million from the Behavioral Health Services Fund in 2025-2026 to this legislative session to support additional ACEs training, help secure $7.4 million in this legislative session to implement the Diaper Access Initiative, and successfully supported $128.2 million this legislative budget year for contractor childcare and preschool programs to be funded based on enrollment, and $89.3 million ongoing for COLA, all childcare and preschool programs based on the cost of care plus rates. Additionally, we actively supported the 8 North Star bills that we mentioned. We monitored and tracked 95 bills, drafted 51 separate letters of support of key legislation, sharing them with policy committees and authors, drafted budgetary letters and shared with budget committees and staff, participated in special session hearings in January, supporting allocations for legal support to protect California programs from negative federal impacts, and legal support to immigrant children and families, attended 50 budget subcommittee, and select committee on childcare affordability hearings, providing key input to lawmakers on essential 0 to 5 issues, and signed more than 20 joint policy letters urging change at the federal and state levels. As it pertains to federal advocacy, very interesting year for DC presidents, as you guys have heard in past meetings. We went ahead and collectively, as First Off California, went and met with Congress in Washington, DC, held sessions with a Congress member right there, Jimmy Gomez. In the back, you can see the president of CCRC, Donna, and other folks engaging in this advocacy work to make sure that the voice of First Five California and all the concerns that we have, that we had and still have about everything that was going to be taken away from children and families, that we were advocating for that. And we were meeting with both sides of the aisle because it's very important to at least be heard. And in one of these pictures with the staff representative Davis Aldeo, in her hand, she has, and we were passing these out throughout to help inform on Race California Strong, which is our childcare report. And that turned out to be a very helpful tool for us, especially when speaking with federal lawmakers. Because then, you know, it's more than just a, oh, I guess it was a letter. It's an actual report that they can utilize when they're either trying to advocate for it to save a program, or at least to give them some sort of conscious about the decision they're going to make and that they did make when removing or attempting to remove children's programs. Federal engagement on Medicaid and public program cuts. This is again just another picture. There we are with Kevin Kiley meeting in DC, but also Director Wong outside of his office protesting his decisions. Not protesting, speaking against some of the decisions that affect children and families outside of his office. And there we are again, just present in DC and trying to connect with other organizations that are trying to achieve the same thing at the federal level. And all of this could not be done without our government relations efforts as well. Just a quick flashback. This is us meeting with the new members in the state legislature. And then that's, you know, us, very important, also outreach and action, outreach and action, not only talking to lawmakers, but also leaders in the community. We're talking about PBS, we're talking about other ECE or early childhood education organizations trying to attempt the same, with the same goal in mind. Here we are again in the community. Commissioner Jimenez, they're giving a wonderful speech on our day of action. And our advocacy efforts even provided opportunities for, you know, talking about communications, for organic media presence. So that's not 3 pictures of the same cut. It's 3 different times that we were invited by Fox to their studios to talk about childcare and the cuts and what this meant for families. And again, talking about, you know, advocating and talking to both sides of the aisle. This was very important moment for us as a result of this advocacy work, because it provided us a chance to speak to folks that maybe might not be looking at our channels proactively, and, you know, Fox opening that door to their homes through television to speak about the issues. So we spoke about immigration and how children are affected by it. We talked about the budget cuts. We talked about childcare and Medicaid and SNAP and all the things that were at risk and still at risk. And then again, another example of EGA in action, or External Government Affairs in action, also connecting with partners from other states, and not partners, but advocates from other states that we met in DC that have the same worries, the same concerns in mind, and have similar goals. And that only makes our presence in DC moving forward stronger, because now it's not just First Five California or California organizations coming to advocate. It's us connecting with folks from other states to advocate in the same rooms and utilize each other's resources as well, right? So to continue collaborative advocacy this is gonna be very, very important moving forward. We know what we did this past session. We know we're accomplished and we're proud of that, but when I was talking about identifying the opportunities moving forward from this past session, that includes very presently how we collaborate with other advocates, other organizations, CBOs, the First Five Network, and raise those voices. I love the conversations that were happening earlier about, what's happening in this county or that county or this county, because that's exactly what we want to continue doing with this investment moving forward, is having our ears with the network, listening to what the concerns are across the state. It varies, right? Each California is so diverse that the concerns in counties, maybe they may align, they might not, but at least we're able to hear their concerns and see how we can help them advocate for children, in the state properly, right? If we are to truly advocate for all children in California, then we have to listen to all of the parts of California, and that's where the network comes into play. Just keeping those conversations going, keeping those channels of communication going. So, for example, strengthening the First Five Network and coalition partners. We want to continue to work closely with the First Five Association to keep all 58 counties informed, as well as what's happening at the state level, and just finding ways to communicate that information with the counties. We want to continue to regularly meet with the First Five Association, maybe find new opportunities on how we meet. Shout out to Avo and Courtney, who's not here today, but just love our conversations. And we continue supporting and maintaining awareness of efforts across the network. I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but even though there's great work happening at a county level, that may not be amplified outward. And I believe the same thing happening at the state level. How do we amplify that to all the 58 counties so everyone's aware of how the work that we're doing helps children, and also what the needs are that we can help advocate for if it aligns with what we're doing. Also continuing to strengthen the First Five coalition, our partnerships with coalitions. We want to continue to provide federal policy updates to the First Five Association and partners, ensuring everyone is informed of key developments that affect children in California. We started doing that this year, but there's definitely opportunity that moving forward, and unfortunately, as these changes continue to happen at the federal level, to develop the ways that we communicate this information, these updates with the counties. In conversations with Courtney, for example, and Ophelia, we meet every other week or so, or as our schedule allows throughout the months, to talk about policy, to talk about advocacy. And one of the things that I mentioned about federal information coming in from our Actum over there in DC is we get so much information. Not everything may be helpful that's coming in, because there's a lot of this could happen, or hey, we're hearing X, Y, and Z. So we don't want to scare counties either, and we need to make sure that we communicate information that we know is 95% sure that's going to happen, or that has happened, or that will happen. So it's a difficult balance when it comes to federal right now with this administration, but we want to make sure that we continue growing that channel of communication, that the counties can be informed and aware of what's happening at the federal level. Hopefully start getting better, right? Like better updates, good updates, not sad updates. Before I summarize some of the desired goals and objectives, if this were to be approved, the approach that staff recommend is to use the funds to construct two requests for proposals, or RFPs, one for federal advocacy work on matters that affect California children and families, and one for state advocacy work that also affect children and families. The short-term goal is to cement the recent policy gains made at the state level and to prevent negative impacts of potential further budget cuts or inequitable policies at the federal level that affect California children and families. The long-term goals are to continue advancing the North Star Innovation Goal by supporting priority legislation at both the state and federal levels, helping to implement existing policies that benefit young children and to sponsor legislation or budget measures that actively promote child protective policies in alignment with the strategic plan. When it comes to the fiscal impact, once again, aligned with the current advocacy contracts, First Five California would, if approved, invest $1.3 million over 3 years, drawn on the unallocated accounts. This continuing expenditure on mission-driven advocacy is a foundational component of First Five California's statutory mandate. And as it pertains to a timeline, if it were to be approved, we would plan to draft the RFPs at the beginning of 2026, then release the RFPs early 2026, 3-week application window, review any proposals in early 2026, negotiate with the selected firms, and then finalize the contracts by spring 2026. That way we have a continued effort aligned with the current contracts. I think I so summarized what I have on there. And I want to go ahead and now open it to any questions that the commissioners may have.
Any questions, comments? Beth?
So, thank you, Jorge. So the intent is really to start this work July 1st of next year. I'm just thinking of timing because right now, right, like the people should be putting proposals together. So it's like, we're gonna miss this next cycle. It's really for 26, 27.
Well, we want to go ahead and tackle it as sooner as possible. So within the,
To be clear, we're actively in, have a contract, to hold a contract, they kind of run through June 30th. These have been part previous actions. So we're not, there isn't a pause, it's a continuation of the work.
yeah, we want to be proactive and ask for the approval now, so we don't have that pause and as.
So we already have agreements in place.
That's right,
So we're doing an RFP because it's that time to do an RFP.
that's right.
Correct.
So that there's not a gap.
That way we avoid
But
the
that, there's no
gaps.
guarantee it's gonna be the same,
Right.
you know, people selected. Anyways, I just
Yeah,
think
yeah.
in timing and transition.
Yeah, we.
And how much are we paying now?
So the contract align, it's the exact same amount that from last time with just a 5% increase with, inflation.
So 1.3 over 3 years?
Yes. And the larger amount goes to the state advocacy, so 1 million.
Yeah, I saw that in
state
your,
And then 300.
I saw that in your notes.
Just a note on process, since she, we have to have a competitive process for our.
Every 3 years?
Anytime you want to do an RFP, unless there's a specific exemption that applies.
Yeah, but the good news there is that we now have such a good record of the work that we've been doing, internally. We have a EGAT that has been able to keep track of every piece of legislation we've even looked at. That, in a competitive process, if it's not the same folks that are helping us now, you can easily keep the work going and transition without having to, hopefully no hiccups at all. And that's again, because a lot of the work that we're doing is internal and just leaning on the partners to get us in the rooms that we normally wouldn't be able to get into or advise us at a higher level of guidance.
So if we were to have some sort of proposed legislation, we would carry it, we would do, but they would help us kind of set up those meetings, those conversations.
Exactly, and have, even provide us guidance on language, right? Like, how do we make sure that this is a successful piece of legislation? If we were to carry a bill, supporting and being key supporters that can be analyzing consistently what changes are, updates or whatever is going on in that specific bill. But helping us also look at the bigger picture. So we're not just hyper focused on following bills, and then we're losing opportunities to actually be in those rooms and in those conversations, elevating the voices of children.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Fabio.
So for the 1 million, on the state side, what kind of services do they provide for that 1 million that we're not doing? That you're not doing, on your own? Because I see the pictures of you and I'm just wondering what it is, because I feel sometimes it looks like you can even get there in those rooms yourself.
I wish I could, but this, even though we're on the pictures, it has been a team effort this entire legislative session. where it's the executive director Wong getting us in those conversations, our partners getting us in those rooms. For example, when we met all 30 plus, was it 35 new members, right, or the freshmen? We have to split, right? We don't have the bandwidth at First Five, even though we have an EGA team. It's me and two folks doing advocacy. So for us to split and get in those rooms, there's multiple meetings in the same day, or someone's focusing on looking at all the bills, hundreds of bills coming in. If the advocacy folks at state, for example, help us keep up with those bills because it's just a lot of language coming in. They help us keep up with the committee hearings. If we can attend them, we do, but there's a lot of times where there's meetings happening at the same time. So we split analysis.
Beyond just the day-to-day monitoring, they help us convene the early childhood, the ECE coalition, other coalitions. They've done white paper, policy papers. I always think about the paid family leave. I mean, I look at Alex because there's examples of what our contractors have been doing that are beyond our capacity. Convening, and then it's just the behind the scenes politics because the people, I mean, right now we currently have CalSTRAT. We've had CalSTRAT for quite some time. And they've just built deep relationships in the legislature over several decades. So they give us access in a way that we can work our own, and yet they also have I don't know, Alex.
Yeah, no, I think go back there, in addition to the day-to-day, I think just strategy consultation, I think an understanding of the general, the broader picture of the landscape. We just had a half-day strategy meeting with our current state lobbyist about next year. And so they offer a lot of valuable insight and feedback, in addition to day-to-day scheduling meetings, really as part of that bigger picture of the strategy for the year.
Sorry, I have one more. Yep. So the proposal is to take it out of the unallocated. How is it funded now?
So the past contract, and this is, the way it was done then, it was partially from the education fund and from the, I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm happy to, partially from the education fund.
And the reason behind having it 100% come out of the unallocated?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So when looking at the different buckets of money, yes, this advocacy is education, but I think right now we're doing and tackling and have developed so much more than just education. It's actual proactive advocacy. It's educating not only First Five California folks, but the network and strategizing like Alex mentioned with USC coalitions and all the different coalitions that we're part of. So it's just a broader scope of work than just education.
And I add also, just because a lot of our education, childcare, goes to programming and grants. So unallocated is just a slightly more flexible. We've always had a piece of unallocated, for this contract, but, as we're mindful, and I look at that Marches, we're like, Jackie, we might go under on the kind of the revenues that are coming in, but so we're really cognizant that those are the funds that we often use to go town grants.
Thank you for those questions, Commissioner Perry.
I'm gonna focus on federal. And first, a process question, just who will develop the RFPs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So normally the process is that we develop the RFPs internally. So language, just construction, making sure that it aligns. We work closely with our contract teams, and then the executive team, of course. And then we can seek advice, maybe perhaps from I gotta check, but from commissioners as well, just to make sure that we are bringing in the right folks to the table to do.
Should either go to the executive team or the policy team, maybe, if that's possible, if they go to those committees, one of those meetings.
Yeah.
And that's because you're looking for something, this is a hard thing to do with very little money. So in the world of Washington right now, spending $10,000 a month on a lobbyist isn't gonna get you very far. So I bring that up, not as a criticism of how much money there is, but the reality of what is likely to occur with that amount. And therefore the RFP and how it's written and what you're really trying to achieve is very important because you don't have that much to spend. And one of the things I was thinking about is how you might help support an organization that's far more robust and present in DC that is fighting for the very same things you're fighting for, which are CCDBG, Head Start, MICV, et cetera. If you know you're trying to protect those federal funding streams and you have virtually no money, you might be better off thinking of how to partner with an org in DC that does that so that you fuel them more to do what they already do versus replicate any effort they're doing but not effective. So I just make that as a suggestion. I think it's something to consider when you go to draft the RFP, is you make it maybe not so lobbyist focused and maybe include the opportunity for organizations like the Head Start Association or the Child Care Aware or the MICV Associate. There are organizations there that are bipartisan, that are staffed, that have lobbyists on retainer who you could contribute to. So I suggest you consider that, given your budget.
Very smart suggestion.
And then if you do decide that a lobbying firm is ideal, when you go with a firm like Actum, you're going to get a junior person who's telling you something they told someone else earlier that day. Probably.
And Billy Hill,
It's probably not very customized, and so, and that again, it's okay, that's the economy and scale that we can't, but then I also think crafting the RFP again, to try to protect yourself against that, to try to ensure that doesn't happen to you, is really important, that you identify a person perhaps. They have to identify the person in their response.
That's a really, really great comment, Commissioner Farrow. We actually have, we had a different firm because we wanted to hire a person. Specifically, Leticia Medeiros, who was a chief of staff for Del Oro. And so she left that other firm, and so we had to do an NCE and transfer to Actum. She actually got pushed by Actum. So it really is, I mean, we still have to go RFP. So Lefty has opened a lot of interesting doors for us, and the connection, because of the connections with Del Oro and having, worked with the budget committee in DC.
Yeah, and then on that front, on that point, one party controls Washington right now, and your timeline is such that you're gonna get up and running a few months. So I'm just concerned about the timing, and if there were any way to go faster, that would be better. And that you, again, are really asking for somebody who has very strong credentials with House R's, strong credentials, and that may not be who you have, I don't know. But I think that's something that would add value to the coalition on this issue in Washington, because most people have strong relationships with House Dems.
That's what I think.
So you want to talk about our partnership with CCRC, who has also worked with Raven. So there are I'm sorry, like, yes, really great.
Yes, and let me just bring Commissioner Hazen in here, ask you a question, and then we're gonna wrap this up in just a couple of minutes because we need to move along.
Thank you. Yeah, I have, I think, a lot of feedback similar to what we heard from Commissioner Perry. I do have questions about what really we are aiming to achieve based on sort of the limited capacity we have, particularly in terms of the federal work. So I think it'd be helpful to have more clarity on that, although I know you are asking for us to vote now. And I'm also wondering, do you think the amount you're requesting in terms of state advocacy work is sufficient to achieve this, I think, bold vision we have? You know, we talked about it earlier when Commissioner Perry was asking about how do we think holistically about the work that we want to push for, really using what's happening on the ground that's making an impact and shaping state policy to move us in that direction. And I think, you know, so my question is there enough here to do that? Because I think what I heard in terms of the look back at what we've accomplished was a lot of we helped, we supported, but not necessarily that we led. And my hope and desire is that we can lead on some really meaningful work. And so the question is, will this contract allow us to do that? One, and also just want to add a me too for Commissioner Perry's suggestion that we need to think differently about the federal work and that it might not be a lobbyist, and that we need to think about who is already leading bipartisan work in Washington that we can support at least for the next few years.
Thank you, Commissioners. And can I answer? Yeah. Thank you for your suggestion. That's actually very smart, and definitely will take that into consideration when getting ready to draft RFP if approved. To answer Commissioner Hazen's thoughts and questions, is this sufficient enough for us to do the work that we aim to do? We've done it this past year, and even though we haven't, I would challenge the fact that we haven't led, because it took a lot to go from just analyzing bills and being present in just a small area to really expanding our presence in the building, expanding our presence with other PC coalition folks and unifying. We're starting to unify the voice of how we proceed and talk to lawmakers and raise the importance of the programs that we're trying to advocate for or bills. And then at the federal level, I agree, is that sufficient enough for us to make a significant impact? Well, it depends what that means, right? This past year has been about keeping up with all of the changes that were happening day by day, sometimes hour to hour. And even though it was maybe not a strong, we are leading X, Y, Z in DC, it definitely helped us keep our partners here in California informed of the changes. It allowed doors to open up for true collaboration in DC, where, First Stop California alone, we can't do it, but we can unify and go speak to lawmakers like Valadeo, for example, Kylie or anyone across the aisle, to make sure that we, again, at least they hear that voice. At least they can't say, well, we didn't know, but they might have not. And I think that's a great start to what we have done. So yes, I think we can accomplish it with the money that we have. And like Commissioner Perry said, we gotta be mindful of the money that we do have to spend. We just gotta make with what we actually have available to spend.
Just a fiscal question. If the executive director has signing authority up to, I forget, 100 or 150, and that's not that different from what you're gonna spend on federal every year, is the executive director in a position to enter into, I see many partnerships with statewide organizations in the consent agenda that like partner organizations. Could it be explored that there's an option for that to occur at the federal level in a similar way that you do at the state level, at least for a time, while you're exploring while we see what happens in a year, and then maybe make more of a bet at the end of the year on who, with where, and what you can accomplish, then you might be able to in the year ahead. I know you have somebody now, but they're gonna feel like they need to taper off a little while you decide, and it may not be everyone's.
If the bylaws allow you to have a certain amount of delegation, so as long as it's within the confines of the delegated authority, yes.
Yes, and because it is a collaborative and very public facing element of our work, we thought it's always important to bring it forward to the commission, so there's transparency in what we're doing, because sometimes you imagine if I had $150,000, like it showed up in their application, someone might say, hey, where was that? I mean, someone may say.
But I'm not suggesting that's how it unfolds. I'm suggesting that's an option.
Yeah.
And if you could explore that option and use a similar kind of strategic proposal document as a way of going to people and asking if they'll do that for you.
Yeah.
And then the final product is a contract that's through delegated authority versus an RFP, so be it. But the work itself would be something everybody here wanted before you did that.
Definitely. If the commission's comfortable with that idea, I'm open to it.
Or not.
Yeah, and I appreciate sort of the flexibility of that model, that it gives the executive director just gives you a lot of latitude to be more strategic than you might be able to be with a contract with one person.
Thank you.
So
the vote, that we need a motion. A simple motion would be, I move to approve $1.3 million over 3 years for the state and federal advocacy services. That's what the team originally asked for. Is that the motion that somebody wants to put forward, or is there? We don't have to reaffirm delegated authority.
No, but it's up to, right, as I recall. Yeah. Is it up to?
This says,
Oh,
up to, it says I move to approve 1.3, but you state the motion that you want. Up to.
It seems like from discussions that, Commissioner doesn't feel there's sufficient for what, so I think you.
And up to gives us flexibility.
So I'm understanding that the director is asking for a motion to approve up to $1.3 million over 3 years for state and federal advocacy services. Is that the correct motion that you would like us to consider? Would anyone like to make that motion? Oh, I'm gonna do it. You'll move. Is there any, we need public comment. I just want to get the motion out. Is there any amendments or?
I just wanted to get clarification. So. And I thought you were talking about, yeah, I think having, when the executive director having, discretion to, approve without RFP funds. So for the federal. portions. Yeah, so this would just be for the state then? That's what
I think we're discussing option. I mean,
that's the bucket.
I think we need a motion, we need a recommendation on the motion that the team wants in
Yeah.
order to allow for discretion.
Could I? My recommendation would be to leave it at up to 1.3. Here's why. It gives us this flexibility to really analyze those suggestions that we heard today from Commissioner Perry and Commissioner Hazen about other options for federal. But it also doesn't stop us from getting to work, at least on the state RFP, what that looks like, and at least preparing an option if we do move with an RFP for federal advocacy with the organizations that we have now. Great, and if not, if the option is going the other way, like Commissioner Perry suggested, then we don't have to use, just because we move it up to 1.3, doesn't mean we're gonna finalize with 1.3. We could keep it at 1, and then the 300 can just be allocated for future federal endeavors.
And then the final contract would go on the consent agenda.
That's right.
Okay,
Yes, please.
I want to make it, so I don't know what they're.
Don't we have to have on the first?
We have to act on the first motion, but I don't think we have a second on the first motion. Okay, so that first motion fails. We still need public comment. I just want to get the motion out. Is there another motion to be considered?
Yes. I move that we approve up to $1.3 million for state and federal advocacy support with review of scopes of work to be approved by the commissioner.
Can you repeat the second half? I couldn't hear that.
I make a motion to approve up to $1.3 million for state and federal advocacy support with review of future scopes of work to be approved by the commission.
Point of clarification,
Mhm.
wouldn't it be review and approval of the RFP because the RFP is what drives the scope?
We may not want to, or it's
So it's just
scopes of work.
So maybe no RFP for the.
May I ask it before we go on
Yeah.
second? Can I ask another question? Sorry. So I drilled into your fund condition summary. So currently you have $125,000 budgeted for strategic advocacy support services in fiscal year 2025, 62.5 in research and development and 62.5 in education. And you're asking for an additional 500,000 for this year, right? Because the way I see it is
No, it would be when this money would be used to prepare for once these contracts end and moving forward. We have enough money to finish.
Okay, because that's not what the fund condition summary says. Because for this year, you have 500, then 500 next fiscal year, and then 300 the following fiscal year.
Rollovers too. It's depending like on the.
Maybe you haven't spent last year it was 625, maybe you didn't spend it. Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I second.
Hazen, is that a?
That's a second.
Second, okay, Commissioner Hazen, second. Could we get public comment on that motion? Could you read the motion again so we have it for the record? Sorry.
Approve up to 1.3 million for state federal advocacy with review of the scope of work to be approved by the commission.
Teacher advocacy support,
Support, thank you.
with future scopes of work to be approved by the commission.
Thank you. Can I clarify your question when I was done? Let's do it now before public comment.
So just a question in terms of approval, and I hear a lot of the urgency of needing to get this done. Can we do one-way communication? Because otherwise we're waiting till January, next commission meeting. I don't wanna, because of the urgency, I don't necessarily wanna push out to a quarterly commission meeting.
So how to go to
So how do, so how can we do like a full commission? Like, I'm trying to figure out a process.
You have to have a room. It is. I think it should be the full commission. That's why, that's why I think so.
I could just offer some clarification, we're discussion about how, like, the efficiency, because I hear the urgency and I'm like, oh. So.
If we need to do an emergency meeting, we would do that, or, you know, my sense is that we have, you know, Thanksgiving and the winter holidays, and you have advisory committees that this needs to go through, and then our meeting in January is
Very end.
Very, yeah.
2.5 months away.
certainly the commission would understand the impact of this vote and understand the impact of timing, should the team need us to meet at a different
And just a point of clarification, it probably wouldn't be an emergency meeting.
special meeting.
It would be a special
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah, yeah.
Right. With one item. For, I think.
And it can be virtual, but not the. So can it be virtual? So I'm gonna ask now
in
because they're
January,
developing.
when the COVID statutes have sunsetted, we go back to the traditional meetings. So if you can go back to think about what it was like before COVID and the meeting requirements for that, that's where we are, starting in January.
So we should do this before December 31st.
Or we publish, everybody meets in a publicly known location,
yeah.
and we disclose our address.
Right.
Or before December 31st.
So that's the motion. We've gotten clarification. Is there any public comment? There's none. There's one in the room. Is there any public comment online?
No.
No. Okay, 3 minutes. Director McKee.
Thank you, Chair Albright. We're back this with the First Five Association. First, just more of a rhetorical question. I'm still a little unclear on the urgency with the federal advocacy, given that the First Five California Commission already has a federal lobbyist on board. So would love to understand more on the urgency there and potential special meetings for it. But my main point was that when First Five California makes a public statement or legislative comment or budget ask to policymakers interpret that as the position of all 58 First Five county commissions as well. That representation carries a lot of power, you're the city commission. But it also carries a lot of responsibility. And that responsibility is to make sure that the advocacy efforts of the First Five California Commission are reflecting the actual experiences of what's happening with the 58 counties on the ground. And so with that, I just want to urge the commission to consider that when we have a unified advocacy voice, we are in meetings together. We are actually bringing county stories that are what move legislators' hearts and minds, that we're doing that a lot more intentionally than we have in the past. And last but not least, counties provide that implementation litmus test to see whether or not a policy is actually implementable versus just theoretical. And so I want to urge the commission to think about how we can partner a lot more closely. We've had really good conversations so far to start, but one formal way that I think we could partner closely is ensuring that the First Five Association, given the stake that we have in state and federal legislation, could also be a part of the selection process for the next advocacy consultants for the commission. The First Five Association already has state lobbyists on contract. We don't have a federal lobbyist on contract. I think there's a lot of room for collaboration between advocacy consultants and certainly a lot more room to better shape the scope and work with the federal advocate when the commission gets there. Thanks for considering that.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment?
No.
Any other comment on that, and nothing on the Zoom room? Yes, public comment is closed. Open back up to commissioners' comment. Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to respond to the question about urgency just raised, which is a really good question. And I think purely on the federal level, this spending bill expires in 3 months. And we saw what happened with this shutdown. The representative we currently have has relationships with Senate Dems. That is the minority party and will be for a year. And we are concerned about these safety net programs that are being damaged by the shutdowns. There could be very well be another, and where our representative may not be the only person who can represent the interests of California and First Light California, First Light movement as it pertains to safety net programs that affect young kids. And last but not least, we look broadly at who's doing this work and the other funders doing this work who happen to be in California, many of them, we'd be leveraging their investments too. So in a low money moment, in a diminishing revenue moment, we should be looking at what our partners at Heising Simons, at Packard, at Pittsburgh, at the community foundations are doing and try to lean into what they're doing versus reinvent wheels. That's the urgency answer, and that's the why I think we should consider orgs too versus just lobbyists.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission?
I would just ask along those lines, I think, and it's our first time using the new Greenlight framework, but I think as we move forward and continue using it, so on numbers 9 and 10 about opportunities to leverage other funding and resources or about partnerships, I think to really dig into those questions and to share a little more specificity around the opportunities that exist in those areas would be really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a really great discussion. And thank you for your motion. It's been seconded. If I could ask Lisa to call the roll.
Katie Albright,
Aye.
Dana Hazen,
Aye.
Amy Bernardino Bobby, aye. Elsa Jimenez,
Aye.
Vivian Fox, aye. Chris Perry.
Aye.
Thank you so much. The motion unanimously passes. We look forward to hearing more. And the policy committee will continue to be the advisor on this for the present. Thanks so much. We'll move on to item number 6. Stay where you are. Children's First update. Thank you, Director Dela Cruz, for providing an update here. I'm going to turn it over first to Commissioner Hazen to give an update on the Program and Evaluation Advisory Committee. I will let you know we are now closing in on time, so I ask if you can make your presentation 20 minutes. Commissioner Hazen?
Sure. Thank you. The Program and Evaluation Advisory Committee met earlier this week. We had a very full agenda. We heard from Dr. Reagan Faust from the Children's Data Network, who shared an update on their Strong Start Index and the data dashboard. We are...
Commissioner Hazen, hang on one second. We're having some audio issues.
Oh, no.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Nothing?
We can slightly hear you. Hang on one second. And if you could possibly make her picture bigger.
We have declining revenue and declining volume.
That is max volume.
Oh,
So she'll have to
maybe
speak up.
On her side.
And I'm Chair Albright, if you'd like to share on my behalf.
hear you.
Oh, you can hear- Okay. So you can hear me? All right, so the Program and Evaluation Advisory Committee met earlier this week. We had a very full agenda. We heard from Dr. Reagan Faust from the Children's Data Network, who shared an update with us on the Strong Start Index and data dashboard. So First Five is the funder of this work, which has become a really important tool for policymakers and advocates. It was really exciting to hear how they're using and how we are using birth records to really dig into some really rich and meaningful data about children and families. We also heard from Janaya Ramirez, Children Health and Welfare Specialist at First Five California, who shared an initial overview of the findings of our recently sunsetted home visiting coordination investment. And we, the entire commission, will be hearing more from the team at our January commission meeting. We also heard about Children First, so I will skip over that because you will hear more in just a second. And we also heard from Director Wong about the Small Population County Funding Augmentation, SPCFA, the status of years 2 and 3 of the current grant. And we heard that First Five California, in partnership with the association, has been convening an SPCFA work group to discuss the funding formula, the evaluation amount, and RFA terms and conditions for years 2 and 3. So this was something we know is very important to the commission. This work is moving forward, and the conversations have been productive. And happy to report the team's on track to release the RFA, which will be reflective and inclusive of county input by the end of the calendar year. So thank you to the SPCFA work group and our partners at the association for all your collaboration. And thank you to all of the staff members who've been working hard on all of these items. I'll turn it back over to Deputy Director De La Cruz for item 6.
Thanks so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so I'll make this as brief as we can possibly make it. Well, thank you, Simon. So this is a quick, as promised at the last commission meeting, an update on how Children First is coming along. Just a quick background, we have the pleasure of having a new commissioner. Just a little background, Children First aims to address the lack of protection for immigrant and mixed status children and families, consisting of up to $10 million over 3 years. This addresses the 0 to 5 needs. Currently, there is no existing statewide initiative in California that specifically addresses the unique needs of immigrant children or children in mixed status families, ages 0 to 5. Very important to mention that. This effort aligns with our North Star Ambitious Goal and strategic plan. Current immigration enforcement and policy changes are causing trauma, which directly impacts child development, physical health, and mental health. Just some examples of, visuals of children being affected. The very far right picture is very important. That is a father, a child holding his father while an ICE agent is dragging him out of his car, and the father unfortunately has a seizure in the middle of all this, and the child is witnessing everything. It's a video that was shared by Congressman Jimmy Gomez, and I just wanted to show, I didn't want to show the video, but just a description of what that is. There's Jimmy Gomez once again, Congressman Jimmy Gomez, attempting for a week and a half straight of trying to get into detention centers where children and mothers were at, and he was denied entrance, even when he showed up with other members of Congress in Los Angeles. So the target population is, once again, immigrant children, U.S. citizen children in mixed status families, refugee and asylum-seeking families, Californian families with longstanding residency, as well as new arrivals, and organizations that serve this population. Just really quickly, the focus areas, and I'm just not going to get into the details because of time, but statewide infrastructure and outreach, the development of an infrastructure that establishes a trusted statewide communications system designed to uplift and leverage existing resources and ongoing efforts across California in a safe manner. An immigration guidance team, which it would be a multidisciplinary team of experts providing legal policy and communications guidance to First Five California and county commissions. This team will provide timely, accurate immigration-related information viewed through the lens, and this is where the key, factor is, viewed through the lens of how policy and enforcement changes impacts the well-being and development of children 0 to 5. And then the third focus area of this effort is strengthening local impact. So additional direct funding and technical assistance to organizations that serve the population at the local level to build local capacity, establish safe spaces, and provide responsive support for immigrant children. I've kind of discussed what the challenge is, and I'm confident that you all are aware of the challenges. And unfortunately, those challenges continue to increase. Here is again, not the full video, but just a screenshot of a person being dragged out of a child care center. This did not happen in California, but please know that this is happening in California as well. That person was dragged out of the child care center in front of all the children by 2 ICE agents, or so-called ICE agents, because they were not identified. So let's get to the meat of the presentation here. Progress made. We've continued to meet with the First Five County in conversation, also the association in conversation, and immigration advocates to analyze the needs of children and their families as we approach the launch of Children First, and we continue to develop it. I know you guys hate when I do a screenshot of us meeting, but this is so cool. It shows that we actually had a combo. I make sure that everyone had their eyes open for the most part. So this is a screenshot of current meeting with Versailles County Immigration. This is to learn what the current efforts within the network are. And so learning about the efforts in Monterey County, shout outs to all the First Five counties that presented today on that topic. First Five County involvement in Children First, right? Talking about how can we truly work as a network through this effort. And then really having a conversation about trusted voices and what that means, county to county. Some, like mentioned earlier, some counties may be a trusted voice, some others may rely on others to provide that trusted information and trusted figures. And I really appreciated your feedback the last time we met. I think it was really helpful, and I look forward to continuing that. Also, we continue to learn from immigration experts. So the California Immigration Policy Center, ILRC, and of course, I hate visiting this page nowadays, but the USCIS page and the other pages to keep up with the latest in immigration policy and updates. Again, updates on immigration enforcement, updates on immigration policy changes, and updates on community concerns throughout California. And with the progress made, just to save us time, we are still on track as, like we mentioned at the last commission meeting, of launching the RFP for Children First within the next couple of months, and aiming to launch early 2026 in January. But, depending on timelines and bumps on the road, but we're very well on track to get that done. And again, thanking the conversations had with key partners and stakeholders about this. Let me get a little bit into the desired goals and objectives. So the Children First initiative aims to ensure that immigrant families with children ages 0 to 5 are protected, informed, and supported through a coordinated statewide network. Success will be measured through clearly defined objectives and indicators that capture the impact on both families and the organizations that serve them. Some of these key objectives will include the reach and engagement, right? Tracking the total number of immigrant families with children 0 to 5 reached across the state, along with specific types of services they access, such as legal guidance, multilingual resources, mobile clinics, and mental health tools. Workforce development, measuring the number of diversity of frontline providers trained, including staff on the First Five network, childcare centers, schools, and community-based organizations. Mental health support, measure the use of wellness offerings such as healing circles and peer support groups by providing and partners with impacted families. Community voice and advocacy, document the number and nature of local concerns reported through the infrastructure that we are seeking this RFP, something like the experts to suggest of what this looks like. and track how these issues are elevated to policymakers or addressed through the systems change. Equity and access, evaluate the geographic and demographic reach of services to ensure equitable distribution across California's urban, rural, and frontier counties. Improve knowledge and navigation, assess improvements in legal literacy, awareness of rights, and confidence navigating available resources as reported by families and providers. And then last but certainly not least, systems and policy impact, produce annual reports summarizing service trends, policy challenges, and community-informed recommendations to support continued state and federal advocacy. Now, all of this is gonna be, which is the RFP, this is what we're doing. And we are on track to, again, release the solicitation by the end of 2025 with program implementation early 2026. And I think I'm gonna keep it at that because of time.
That would be great. Thanks so much. And you read and provided a lot of information. Hopefully you can provide that information in a written form. Would be a-
Absolutely, yeah, we have to do that.
That's awesome. Any comments, feedback, questions from the commission? Any public comment? Any public comment in this room?
No.
Which one? Okay, thank you so much.
Hi. The only thing I want to just kind of reemphasize again is trying to figure out how we can, as you saw, and we appreciate so much, and it's true. That there has been a lot of meetings where we have said, here's what we're doing locally. And where we would love to be able to continue to think about and to hear about is how do we really weave and work together and co-create something that would work and make sense for the states. And I know that there are rules and regulations around if you're gonna apply, da, 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 da. We have in our county, we have a community grant making process where we have been able to figure out ways to really be as inclusive as possible in the full design and then still be able to allow for folks to apply. So looking at and thinking about ways to be able to do that more so that we can co-create this as much as possible together would be something that we would hope might be the next steps in all of this. And really do appreciate Jorge has been amazing in terms of saying, okay, guys, we want to have, and you saw I was in a sweatshirt and everything. So next time I'm not wearing sweatshirts and I'm on. But anyway, there you go.
I didn't see that, Francine, but now that you pointed out.
It was Day of the Dead. I was wearing the Day of the Dead.
Oh.
Yeah.
Director Rudge, would you mind filling out the public comment?
Sure.
Thing? Sorry, maybe you come back to this beginning of the room. Any other public comment?
No.
Okay, Director, Jorge De La Cruz, thank you very much for the work you've done and for stewarding the resources of our side of California and for really protecting kids and families in California. We're grateful. Thank you. We will now move to item number 8. Building equitable early learning and care systems, our BEALS progress update, and I'd like to invite Catherine Goins from West Ed. I think he's in the room. Okay. Zoom. She's on Zoom. Sorry. I thought you said she was in the room. In the Zoom room, and then I'll let Jackie provide a little, Director Wong provide a little bit of a segue into the
Absolutely.
Thank you.
A couple of years ago, way back when, a couple of months ago, Catherine Goins from West Ed has provided an overview of our field, and there was a request from the commission to come back to provide the update. And kind of the data dashboards and everything, the progress that we've been making with bills. And to introduce that is Catherine Goins is back. I know that she wanted to be here in person, but she had some other things to attend to. And without further ado, Catherine, and we don't see you yet, but she's there. She's there. So I'd love to hand over the clicker to you so you can present.
All right, can everyone hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, was that a yes?
Yes.
I am I am okay boomer. I have like support here with me, but I promise I'm going to give up my AOL address in 2026. I am technology challenged. So good afternoon. I am Dr. Catherine Goins, and I am a senior vice president at WestEd. And I, for those of you who don't know, WestEd is a nonpartisan governmental agency, and our Center for Early Childhood partners with states and foundations and public agencies to optimize systems for early learning and care so that all children prenatal 5 can thrive. And I'm just delighted to be here today to represent the Beals team that has been working so hard this past year. When I came to you in January of 2025, we had only been operating for about 3 months. So we have a lot more that we want to share with you to update you about Beals. And I just have to take a moment for a special shout out for Commissioner Perry. It is so good to see you. You at times have been the wind beneath my wings, and other times you've been the appropriate kick in the butt that I have needed to move things forward. So it is wonderful to see you back on the commission. And with that, what's the story here with Beals? So in California, we have never really built a system from the ground up, from the local folks. We have always existed within frameworks that, quite frankly, had embedded inequities, and in some cases, exacerbated inequities. And when we say inequities, we mean racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia, etc. So Beals is our opportunity to do more, to use an anti-bias frame and to take action. We invited all 58 counties to build the system with us that reflects local needs, but also gives statewide information aligning with the Master Plan for Early Care and Education, First 5 California Strategic Plan, so that we can place a financial number on the cost for what our children and families are needing, with a particular focus on those children and families who have been furthest from opportunity. So we have spent this past year at the ground level listening to counties, their needs, their wants, their successes, and we've listened to where there are challenges, what's needed, and what's working. And I just have to take a moment to thank the counties, the regions, the association. Their participation has been phenomenal under very difficult circumstances. I've heard the theme of co-creation several times today. And one of our lessons learned is that co-creation is often a luxury, not because of lack of desire, but it takes time. It takes money, it takes bandwidth, it takes staff. And people were already maxed, and they made a space for this. And we are so grateful for the counties and the association for their work. So I'm going to share some general progress, let you know what we have done this past year, and then we will take a peek at the dashboard, which is also available in the materials that were passed out. So essentially, we have been focused on 3 big buckets this past year: what we're calling systems infrastructure, state leadership work, and our most important work at the local level with the counties and the regions. So systems infrastructure are those things that actually help immediately advance equity. We have provided coaching courses and a train the facilitator tool. We have developed 15 videos, all of which are accessible, that are helping folks with coaching, and I'll talk more about coaching in a moment. We have led partnerships with our institutes for higher education so that they can help prepare the workforce for now and for the future. And we've been maintaining the Quality Counts California website. We have also facilitated 3 state leadership groups for enhanced collaboration and coordination. The First 5 Advisory Group is a group of experts from the counties who have been advising literally First 5 California on the things that are happening at the county level broadly, and also giving us feedback about what's working and not working at the state level so that we're not making decisions in isolation. We have a Quality Counts California leadership team. These are the different governmental agencies that support Quality Counts California. We facilitate those meetings. And then we've also done a regional hub analysis. And the local leadership groups have been phenomenal. The counties have worked on action plans and logic models, and we will be providing stipends to folks to help implement those models later this month. And essentially, again, from the local, they are telling us the needs and informing the co-development of the systems workforce. And we have had over 90 meetings to date across all 10 Quality Counts regions. And they have been completing their logic models, which is basically a visual of how you're going to connect resources with activities, with outcomes. And we have captured several emerging themes that highlight their successes, their challenges, their goals for children and families. And one of the themes that has come out, Avo earlier today talked about First Five sustainability as being top of mind for folks. And this has been one of the themes that has come out as we are talking with folks, because so many of the things that they have identified as areas of need are in danger of not being funded. And so this is something that folks have had told us they're very concerned about. Now we're ready to do action plan implementation. And what we are basically doing is connecting past work with present work so we can make a roadmap for the future. Now, these stipends that we are going to be giving out to the regions will be ranging from $50,000 to $150,000, depending on their size, the goals in their action plan, and it's loosely based on the Impact Hub disbursement allocation. Some of the regions are needing more time to work with their local commission on approval, so that's the difference between getting a stipend in December and in January. It is really important that folks get some financial support in helping to implement their plans. So we want to take a moment here to talk about the first thing that we've been able to identify from the counties. What have local people said are important? What is important to advance equity? Now, this is not the universe of all the possible things, but we did ask the regions to focus and prioritize. These are the things that they came up with. The first one is coaching and having a community of practice. What does that mean? That means providing personalized guidance to educators. It means peer collaboration, learning from each other, and making sure that folks have the skills to serve a diverse population of children and families. It means inclusion services, meaning that all children, particularly children with special needs, that their educators have the training and the support that they need so that those children and families can be supported. Staff retention and compensation is a huge issue. Folks have talked about the need for stipends, compensation, and they have voiced concerns about staff retention as one of the problems. Folks earlier today talked about the importance of quality childcare. Staff retention and compensation are key to that. They want to make sure that professional development is available that meets the needs of the early childhood professionals. It's really important that our higher education partners at our 2- and 4-year colleges understand what the workforce needs so that they can modify their curriculum and have folks ready with practical in addition to the theoretical background that they're learning in school. Folks want more resources around home visiting and family engagement. They want resource guides so that they can connect at local and regional levels so that their families can be connected to those resources. And finally, they just want to make sure that trainers have resources and support. There is a current understanding that folks are not yet meeting the needs of all of the providers because we are limited in funding by the current scope by the current dollars. And so there is a worry that many of these things that they're identifying as a need may go away should the funding sources cease. So this was really important because out of 58 counties and 10 regions, to find out what was most important from the ground up, rather than saying, oh, this is what this federal resource or this state or RFP is saying you need to do. And again, the counties have just been phenomenal. So one of the things that we wanted to share with you just briefly is some of the samples of the ideas that the counties and regions are working on in order to advance equity. For example, developing a culturally responsive, equity-centered coaching framework to help current and future coaches. Another is analyzing parent needs. This is expanding on work from UC Berkeley and Stanford surveys to assess families with children with special needs. Another region wants to initiate a framework for equitable incentive distribution rather than equal. So instead of saying all sites are going to get the same thing, which is equality, they're looking at developing locally a comprehensive assessment to say, where are the needs? And let's have more equitable distribution. And then another region is looking at identifying and developing tools for trainers that can help them self-reflect on cultural diversity, equity, and professionalism. And those are just a few of the many brilliant examples that are coming from the counties. And I want to point out that there are so many successes and strengths that are happening at the local and regional level that we can roll up to inform and transform the statewide system. We heard earlier today from the Bay Area executive directors, they had wonderful examples of some of these things that are already happening. So I want to be clear that our job is to come in and help to tell the story of many of the things that are happening positively, but also understanding some of the challenges that folks are facing. So those things are inputs. What are some of the outcomes that we're hoping to get from this? We want to build collaborative groups focused on equity and shared learning among regions. We've already seen some examples where counties and regions are sharing information with each other. We want to make sure that researchers, system leads, and providers that are included in all types of setting and funding types. And then when the action plans are successfully implemented, we will be able to say, this is what counties are saying that they want, and this is the cost attached to it. This will allow policymakers, advocates, local counties, regional level to understand, to begin to inform priorities and understand more deeply what it takes to advance equity and reach those furthest from opportunity. We really want the early learning and care providers to have access to the resources that meet their needs. And equitable access means that everyone can get what they need, not just those who can easily get them. And it is, it's a complicated thing. And I think the counties are doing a really good job piloting some solutions to some of these complex problems. So, other updates. We compiled a report detailing the regional hub structure and analysis and recommendations based on counties' interests. This report includes the history and the purpose of the hubs in California and their evolution. So this is getting to what are the distinctions between looking at a county-wide model versus a regional model. Our Quality Counts Leadership Group, and we have representatives from First Five California, California Department of Education, California Department of Social Services, and coming together to talk about the future, coming together to talk about the needs of the field as a whole. We have, as I said, maintained the Quality Counts California website. And so this has data, county profiles, talks about quality insurance, and I talked earlier about the 15 videos and then the accessible videos, along with transcripts and captioning files that are available. Our advisory group actually piloted this for us, which is on Canvas, which is a learning management system, and the facilitator's guide and workbook are currently being reviewed, and we will be having the advisory committee as well comment on that. We have a video collection system, again, accessible, that we have developed for folks. It's asynchronous, meaning it's offline, and folks can access these videos, examples of high quality training practices anytime they want. So I want to finish by giving a peek into the Beals dashboard. So there is a link, there is a live link, and in the materials where you logged into the meeting today. And this is a screenshot of the Beals dashboard, and this is meant to be a one-stop shop for all things Beals. Folks can learn about the resources, the activities, learn from each other in terms of the regional logic models and the plans. So an important distinction is that this is not a website. It's actually a dashboard that we will maintain and make sure that it's updated at all times. And it will show how people can access. You can see the Beals team. Ramesh Swaranga is the project director. We have George Phillips, who co-leads, Kimmy Nguyen, Kristen Torres from First Five California, so that people can reach out to us if they have any questions. And this will just give you an example. This is the one of the main links onto the dashboard, and it describes what is happening and what has been done. There's the advisory group, a link to First Five California's strategic plan. There's links to the local leadership groups, training and technical assistance that's available, communications. If someone missed something, they can go back and read and get caught up. Coaching, so folks can access. Train the trainer means they're building their own capacity. We are there to provide coaching and also build the capacity for counties and regions to do their own coaching and development. And we have resources for our institutes of higher education, the collaboration and partnerships. And so please take a moment to click on the live homepage website, and we look forward to continuing to build out the dashboard. So what's next? Helping the counties implement their action plans and doing the cost modeling. For example, almost all of the regions indicated that coaching and professional development and staff retention were top of mind. But what is the cost of that per county, per region, and rolling up to the state? We will be having new coaching and trainer resources. We'll continue to work with our partners in higher education and continuing to connect research about what is important for children, prenatal to 5 actually, and including what their families want. And our next Beals Advisory Committee meeting is in January, and we will continue to engage them. So action planning, cost modeling, these are the things that matter. And I just want to summarize by saying, what is it that we are trying to achieve? We earlier, the Bay Area group said, they're the trusted messengers. This is so true, but they also have all of the counties and the regions, the association has the knowledge on the ground of what the children and families want. And yes, there are some differences, and there are some things in common where we can get some economy of scale. So we're trying to understand, what is it that you are wanting to build in this system? Second, and what does it cost? And then finally, what can we do now to advance equity and reach those furthest from opportunity? How do we identify those who have not been able to participate in the system, whether it's our immigrant children, our children with special needs, our LGBTQ plus children? Who is it that is not able to come to the table? And finally, how does this inform our system? How does this align with the master plan for early care and education, the first 5 strategic plan? How do we roll this up so that we have a statewide system of transformation and to elevate the stories of the counties? And with that, I will answer to the best of my ability, questions, feedback, comments.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work, Dr. Goins, and I will open it up to any questions or comments from the commissioners. And Commissioner Hazen, if you have, we can't see you, so jump in if you have, maybe we take the PowerPoint off and. But any comments, questions? I don't see any. There's a link in the online portal which has the dashboards. So I know I've been sitting here scrolling through it, super interesting and looking forward to.
Get my video back on.
Commissioner Hazen, if you have a comment, just jump in.
Catherine sharing her screen, that's why we can't take it down.
Okay.
Oh, Catherine, do you mind stop sharing your screen so we can see Vice Chair Hazen?
Oh, and I have no questions.
Okay.
We just wanted to see you.
Any, thank you so much. We'll open it up to.
They
public
stopped my video.
comment. Any public comment? Any public comment online?
No.
No. Okay, well, we look forward to the continuing progress. Thanks so much for the update. Any comments from the team?
No, just appreciate the partnership with WestEd, and there are a lot of data for those of you who are data geeks. Please explore when you are free. Lots and lots of sheets.
Terrific.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the work. And we are now done with our public agenda. We will go into closed session and adjourn. The commission officially, the official legal language, will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126 subdivision A. The commission will not be returning to open session once we gavel into closed session. From our last closed session in August, I wanted to take note that there was no action taken by the commission. If I could call for a motion announcing that we are going into closed session, it would be something like, I move to adjourn the commission meeting and go into closed session.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Perfect. Okay. We will now go into closed session and thank everyone for their time today. Please drive safely home.
Do I continue using the Zoom link?
No, we're
There's a
gonna
new one.
call you, right?
Yes.
What are we doing?
Yes. Someone's going to call.
We're gonna call you.
Okay, give us back.
Thank you.
Yeah.